All right. Hello, welcome back to this episode's of Rough Rolling, where pain is the name of the game. And don't really have too much to say before we kind of get into things, as it's been sort of a unusual set of sessions. So, Joel, why don't you tell us what exactly war crimes were committed last week?
Of course, I'd be happy to.
Just last week?
First off, we opened last session with Guru Gamesh, feeling mournful for indirectly causing a lynching of a beast folk. He shilled out some money to a local priest of Nocturne to revive them back from the dead and bring them back to their family. They were very, very happy to see their husband back safe. And Guru spent some time with them before returning back with the party and apologizing to the gatecrashers for his actions, but it was still clear Guru Gamesh still had some things to learn from the experience. Sven, however, seemed either unapologetic or didn't really want to mention his actions from the previous night, leaving many of the gatecrashers with a bitter taste in their mouth. Daxius went off to investigate Greeley's crew's hideout, while the rest of the party investigated the scene from the previous night before to see if they might be able to bring up any new clues. They investigated the backside of the wall as well, but in total they ended up not finding much more of interest. Dax, investigating the hideout, was nearly caught, so he pretended to be drunk to avoid drawing more suspicion than he already had. The rest regrouped with Melia, Cyrus, and Stoutford supported the gatecrashers in infiltrating Greeley's crew, their hideout. Vic, seeing that they were overpowered, tried to let people go free. However, Sven did not want that, and viciously butchered anyone who exited the building, with very few survivors being left.
No, it was Sasha that butchered them.
Upon Sven's request.
No,
Yes.
Or lack
of request.
Didn't order her not to.
Yeah.
It's basically completely different. Just because I don't flip the switch on the tracks doesn't mean it's my fault.
Exactly. Now you guys get it.
Daxius also shut up some people who were trying to flee after demanding they drop their weapons and stay for questioning.
Gurgamish got one too.
Gilgamesh did get one as well.
Painted the wall.
And Greeley became paralyzed with an extended hold person.
I tried.
And Daxius dashed off from the roof to chase after and hopefully stalk the two people who had run away, hoping to see where they might go. And I believe we left off with the battle finally coming to a close, and Vic standing in front of Sven with a very pissed off demeanor. More than usual.
Don't know why.
Before we get into that, Joel, give me a acrobatics, as you are trying to slide down the roof and down 2 stories without injuring yourself.
I can do that.
Not bad, alright. I don't think that mitigates all of your injuries, but instead of taking D210 or 110, you're going to take 1d10.
Fine with me.
Excuse me, is it a D10 per 10 feet or is it D6?
I think it's a
D6.
D6. Roll me a D6.
Yeah.
I think it's a D1 million.
Joel, didn't you have the ring of feather falling on? Right?
That was you, actually.
No, that's you.
Oh,
And if
oh
you-
yeah,
if you
that's
take-
totally me. 100%.
That's you.
If you
That's
take
what
even
you
one
take
point of
as
falling
you,
damage, you fall prone.
Oh, dude.
As you drop from the last eve down into the ground, kind of twisting your ankle a bit, but it's fine. Also, give me a survival check.
Big money, no Emmys. We take
Alright.
those.
Oh, the crunchy ankles.
You dash off into the street, chasing the tracks of the injured Bravasi's band mercenary. And you're out in the crowd, and we're gonna come back to you later. Let's go back to the den where some people are yet up in the 3rd floor area where Greeley is continuing to just shout absolute like proclamations like, you know, batshit Nostradamus. And some people are down in the courtyard below where corpses have been made. One poor unconscious guy is laying up against what looks to be an outhouse. And, yeah. Take it away.
All right. Well, let's move him downstairs and see if we can't wake up that other guy for questioning. Kinda. I think he's currently cuffed, but could be relatively simple enough to just drag in
Yeah, it's fine.
down the stairs. Just
Rugamesh
wanna
is
get him-
gonna. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna like Rugamesh runs over to the unconscious guy to start shaking him awake.
Yeah, because that's how that works.
Yeah, when you have a traumatic brain injury, you want to shake them violently
Yeah,
while they have no muscles or reactions ability to hold their head up straight.
Rugamesh is peeling open the eyelids, looking for any dilated pupils.
Just like slapping them continuously.
Yep, you slap him around like a fish that you pulled out of the river, and absolutely nothing happens, you know, in the immediate couple of seconds that you're trying to beat the shit out of him.
I'm not trying to beat him. I'm just trying to, shake him, wake up the brain.
I mean, you know, you did splatter 2 guys that were
One guy.
2 guys.
No,
Yeah, there
it
was one on the 3rd floor that you also splattered.
I didn't kill him. I just hit him, right?
No, you fucking killed him. You eviscerated him.
Oh. Well, he didn't count. Yeah, well, I'm gonna try the good old smell trick. You know how, like, the EMTs will crack open the smellable thing to get the
Smelling salts.
people to...
No.
The smelling salts.
Was it you have
Pretty
smelling salts?
Yeah.
Where did Grugamesh
I
get
don't-
smelling salts?
No. He doesn't
I don't have
smelling
I don't think you want to
salts.
know.
He's just gonna use his aura to try and to get him to wake up.
So,
He wafts his beard. It's the equivalent of dwarven smelling salt.
while Garugamesh is over molesting the individual lying on the ground,
Yeah. At some point during Grugamesh's attempts, Vic is just going to walk over. Just, all right, we'll wake him up in a minute.
I'm pretty sure I can get him as long as I get him to smell the sweatiest part of my body.
We have other options. And I don't think that's going to work, and also I don't want to see what that plan would entail.
Alright. I guess we've got other priorities right now anyways. What's first on the list?
Vic walks over to Sven and just, let me think about something for a second.
Are we rolling initiative again?
maybe. Melia is watching on during this. After you leave the poor unconscious bastard alone, she goes over to actually, help him by, I believe, casting Cure Light Wounds on him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if she's got him,
She does.
check out the others. I just look at Daxius and I'm just like, secure him, please.
Oh, I'm not.
Daxia says, yeah.
Oh, I
The
guess I'd better secure him, please.
Greeley is handcuffed
There we go.
at the bottom of the stairs.
Yeah, Paul. Oh. I was like, who's that?
Yeah, so
Bring
Vic
him
walks
back in.
over. That's it. Yeah, Vic just walks over to Sven and punches him straight in the face.
Damn.
You're gonna have to roll to hit.
Okay.
I used my inspiration. No.
You said it. You said it. You have to.
No, I don't even know if I have an inspiration. I think I have. Wait, hold on. If I don't have an inspiration and I say I use it, if I have to do it, Guys, I think I
No.
just found a loophole.
Fuck off.
I'm pretty sure you have inspiration.
Also, you're demoralized for like a minute.
Unless, hold on, let me
Not a
let
save.
me roll.
Oh yeah, Cornigan smash.
Let me
You can
roll
Cornigan smash him with your hand.
my willpower.
You don't get to roll against demoralize.
Damn.
It's a flat
how's-
check.
Against your sense motive, I think.
No,
Or
it's
is it your
10 plus
being?
hit die plus wisdom. It says it at the bottom of the check.
Well, I guess Sven's intimidated. I don't know how he would react to this.
Well,
I
Vic
guess
is
he's
just,
just stunned for a moment.
what the fuck is wrong with you?
Wipes his chin. Fuck is wrong with me? The fuck is wrong with you?
Sven, I'm giving you the chance to explain what's going on.
You just punched me.
I'm gonna punch him again.
I-
Sven,
I don't-
I'm going to be honest with you. I am at my wit's end with this situation. We've got people making bad decisions completely
honestly,
surrounding
That's
me.
enough.
On it, I think Sven would start a fight after the second one.
All right, then do it.
Okay.
I
Don't forget
know
to
what
add the
demoralize.
damage.
I guess we're doing this.
One from just a punch?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
26
Lord.
damage.
I think qualifies as non-lethal.
No, the gauntlet is lethal.
Is,
Yeah.
You have improved unarmed?
I mean,
No.
So, no, they would have gotten opportunity attacks.
Hmm?
No,
He was-
I thought. I'm pretty sure Gauntlet counts as armed because it's only
No.
3
I
anyway.
would not
counts as-
consider that to be armed.
Oh, it does. Okay.
No, it
Metal
counts
glove
as...
does lethal damage
Yeah.
rather than non-lethal strikes. A strike with a gauntlet is otherwise considered an unarmed attack.
Yep.
Yeah.
So-
Right, but he doesn't get an attack of opportunity unless he has a weapon out, or he has improved unarmed and would also need combat reflexes or some way of acting while flat-footed. Because if you're flat-footed and that you haven't been attacked yet, you don't get an attack of opportunity anyway.
But if I punch him the second time,
The second time, oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, claws, I think, and teeths.
so
But I don't
the
know.
thing is, I don't really want to fight, but and like the first hit, Sven takes it and talks, but like you're doing 13 damage a punch. Sven doesn't know. Like we just had combat. I think he doesn't know why you're punching him a second time. Like in his brain, he's like, maybe he's possessed or something. Like I can't sit here and take another punch. I'm going to die if I do that. Like he doesn't know if this is going to keep being attacked. So he's gonna defend himself.
Vic is talking while he's doing this. So.
Yes, you also dealt 26 damage against someone who wasn't defending them, or who, like, is your ally right after a big combat against drug people.
Didn't you, like, let me take 70-something damage right as you were right next to me?
Didn't you punch Daxius twice?
Didn't you, like, maim
was-
a
that
bunch
was
of
it.
unarmed pedestrians?
God.
I don't think that last one happened actually. But
How about we say that Barry knows what's going on, but Sven doesn't?
Yeah, like, Sven
This
just
guy.
got punched for 26 damage. He doesn't know if he's gonna keep getting punched.
If you're gonna swing back, roll initiative.
Oh,
Uh,
God.
I would assume you get your opportunity attack at some point, though.
I would like to be involved in this initiative too.
I think Sven
Ah.
had his bow out, so he doesn't get an opportunity attack. But
Can you not?
he'll draw his longsword to defend himself with.
Is that okay, Gray?
Don't bring
Yeah,
a
if
fist
you
to
wanna
a
be in-
longsword fight.
You wanna be in this fight? Go ahead.
Probably going to be a lot of talking in this fight.
It's time
Well,
for a
Garuga
JoJo's
goes first.
episode.
Yeah, you can delay your turn.
I'm actually going to have my quarterstaff out.
Gurumesh, are you delaying
because-
your turn?
Oh yes, I am delaying my turn. Do I just say end turn?
Until after whom?
Vic.
Okay.
So I draw my quarterstaff, and I'm going to make a non-lethal attack at Vic with it because it's bludgeoning.
And don't forget the -4 because of
Yeah.
demoralize.
Also,
In that
everybody-
case, you might.
Isn't there another -4 because it's not lethal?
Yeah, you might not want to swing for non-lethal in that case, because I'm like,
True.
ooh,
That's
And it'd be like a
true.
-8.
Also remember any kind of like
not that I'm helping.
buffs that might have expired by now.
Yeah.
How long has it
Oh.
been?
I still have that.
Within 30
uh,
seconds of combat ending.
Okay,
then
so
basically
no.
everything would still be up.
Well, no Blessing of Fervor in that case. Oh wait, 30 seconds of combat. Yeah, because we got a good like 3 rounds of that. So
Yeah, that would be gone.
Okay.
Damn.
no double attacking each other, please.
That might
Just
have-
double crit.
Yeah. That might have had a slight impact on the attack rolls, but nothing else. Everything else would still be good to go.
So I guess I'm not going to swing for non-lethal.
Knock him out, Sven.
Side are you on?
I'm on the winning sides. Remember, if Sven
did it
beats
not
you up, then he assumes the position as the new group leader, and Sven is much easier to beat up than you are, Vic. So
Gotcha.
Garugamesh could, therefore, you
I don't-
slurp Sven.
I don't
You
know why
slurp?
this isn't. Why is this not rolling?
Yeah, for some reason it's weird. Sometimes I don't know what it is. Sometimes the single attack button doesn't work for me.
Mhm.
Oh, there we go.
Well, that's gonna be at a -4 because, yeah, and that's gonna be at a -8, I think, because it's the second attack.
-5 plus the -4, so -9.
So that's
Neither hits.
And then Sasha probably comes to my aid. If I
And
were
she
to
get through
guess.
that door like that?
She could squeeze.
Yeah, she's
Yeah, she
Large,
would fit through it because
wide,
she's
not
Especially-
long. Yeah.
Especially because it's a
However-
cat.
token collide.
She just starts coming through the bars like a T-1000.
There we go. And why did I close this stuff? I don't know. We're just gonna have her fight. Well,
It's not going to hit me.
Yeah,
Why
you
did
cannot
that?
roll high enough to hit him.
Oh, yeah, you need a 20.
Ooh.
so,
Is your DC a 28?
29.
That's crazy.
God
How do you have
damn.
such a high? How do you have such a high AC?
I can explain everything afterwards.
what?
He has a
Hold on.
shield.
Why is
You see
her...
why it's annoying for me?
It's funny because that sounds like such a bullshit reason, but it's totally true.
Why is she only getting a +7?
That seems incorrect.
Yeah, she has +9
Size.
strength right now.
She's using dexterity for those attacks.
That's what it is, and her strength is better
Oh.
now. Because it used to. I see. Okay, what's her strength mod?
Her strength is +9.
Oh my god,
Uh,
that's 6.
So that should be
So that-
another 6. Yeah.
The one claw might hit then.
Yeah,
Yep.
that claws a 29.
Okay, just barely then.
Okay. And I'm gonna use my inspiration to critical it. No, I'm kidding.
you can use it however you feel.
I
like.
mean,
I don't
May-
think that's
I mean,
one of the
may
rules
as
we
well.
can use to do inspiration.
I don't think
Have my
so.
players fucking use an inspiration and negate other people's inspiration.
It'll be fun.
We save the inspiration for PvP.
Yeah.
That's what we.
Yeah.
Interesting use case.
All right. I passed my turn. I don't have the combat. There we go.
Oh boy.
And I do want to say, probably you guys haven't seen anything, so you just see Vic attacking me, you know?
hmm
And hear Vic yelling about why you're doing this. And everyone who also saw this. Also, Garugamesh is right there, so he saw everything.
Right, but there's
Yeah.
plenty of mind control spells that make you think things that aren't real. Just
Gilgamesh
saying.
isn't gonna know that. He's not gonna know that.
So,
Fuck
you-
no.
but factually, what happened is you took out your staff, right, and you went like, and it didn't really do anything to Vic. And then Sasha just comes through the window and claws the shit out of Vic. So, yeah, I'm going to, as
Yeah,
a standard action,
she's defending her master.
right?
The thing that we
Very
also
good.
didn't see, according to your own rules, Sven.
Mm-hmm. Sasha was
Yeah,
right.
so I still have the Quiet Cloth appearance up. My face sort of turns towards her independently and opens up sort of like the hood of a cobra. Damn, kitty. So she's going to need to make a will save or be paralyzed with fear.
Okay.
It's a DC 7? No. 18.
Use my inspiration. I need to stop making that joke. I need to stop making that
Yeah,
joke.
please stop with the trats.
Yep. So she's
Okay.
paralyzed, and I'm gonna take a step forward, and I'm like, stop right now. That's all I got.
All right, Sven, we'll give Sasha that one. Drop the weapon and sit down, and you're going to
He says
explain
as
to
he's
us.
attacking.
He's not attacking.
It's not your turn yet.
Gilgamesh grabs his hand from behind. Don't sully your hands on this trash. And then Gilgamesh steps forward to punch Sven himself.
What's wrong with you?
Can Vic just like put his hand on Gilgamesh's face and push him to the side?
By the way, the crime that Sven did was not saying down to Sasha on the people we were fighting, and now
You
he's
have
getting
complete
killed.
control
He's
over
getting
Sasha.
killed. No, he doesn't. I don't.
Okay.
You're able
I
to
don't
speak
give-
with her telepathically. Yes, you do.
Yeah.
I think the main crime at this point is the fact that Sven is not listening to anything that's going on around him.
That's not what's going on. You punched him. Sven was like, "What the fuck, bro?" And you punched him again, and Sven went to defend himself, and now Gilgamesh is punching him. What do you
I'm
Okay.
not-
mean?
And we're getting to the
Trying
point.
punch.
Vic has said 3 times now to stop fighting and explain why you're freaking out.
He's not the one who started. You're the one who started fighting him.
Okay.
What do you mean? You punched him, and you're like, "Stop fighting, Sven! Stop fighting, Sven!" While Sven gets punched. What
Okay.
do you mean?
How about we explain this fully then?
Okay,
Sven, you have been killing people
it's
remorselessly
combat.
out of.
You can't monologue in combat.
Talking is a free
Would you
action.
rather I
We're doing
continue
a
to
cooking
attack?
episode right now, so
I
yes, you
tried-
can.
I was trying to say, let's just talk, and
You were
Vic is
trying
so.
to punch and then say, "Let's talk."
Would you like me to
Twice.
finish? Barry, would you like me to finish
I'm
what
just
I'm saying?
In the heat
You're
of
not.
combat.
I understand that. Would you like me to finish what I'm saying? Because you're
Sure.
complaining that I'm not talking, and then as soon as I try to talk, you're screaming at me about how I'm not talking. Because you're screaming at me over me when I'm
No,
trying to
saying
talk.
that you're punching him and saying, "Stop
Yes.
fighting, Sven," as you're actively starting and continuing the combat.
And then as soon as I, the person, try to start explaining things, you start yelling about that again. So
I don't know.
I will try to explain things
Out of game,
in character.
I
Please.
personally, out of game, personally, I really dislike when people monologue during 6-second rounds, but that's me, and I understand that pretty much everyone here doesn't care. So I'm sorry for being.
The starting combat was the choice you make. I didn't
You-
want to start combat.
What? No,
Vic is
you
frustrated,
hit him
and yes, he
twice
did.
before he reacted.
And Vic was trying to explain things, and then Sven started
As he
attacking.
was punched.
You
no,
punched him twice,
Sven's-
by the way.
Yes.
So he's at least right on that one. That you knocked him.
Yeah.
Said,
Yes,
"We wanna
and that's
talk
why
about
I'm fine
this,"
with
and
him
punched
getting
him
a-
again.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm fine with him getting a few hits in. I'm trying to move things forward in a non-combat direction. So if
Okay,
we want to
but
completely
that's
end
not-
combat,
All right,
What
so
I'm-
that has happened.
What I'm talking about is that you punched him, you started the combat, and then you're saying stop fighting, Sven, when he's defending himself against you, who started it. That's
Okay,
what I'm talking about.
and
Let's
you're
just
right,
stick to the current moment.
and that's why I am fine with how things have gone up until this point.
Okay.
I'm just trying to explain what's going on my side.
Okay.
we're back to the top, or to the turnaround. So, Vic, it is your turn. You're able to use your turn as you see fit, whether that's speaking, whether that's punching, whether that's moving.
Okay. Just in case, I'm going to activate another use of my judgment to give myself a little extra AC. And then I'm going to spend the rest of my full turn talking. That's just a swift action, so I can do that. Sven, I apologize. But you have to know what you've been doing is wrong. You killed those people outside. You murdered the man in the docks yesterday, and you have been going off and off on the deep end, and have yet to even show a sliver of remorse.
I'm sorry, is this a conversation for now in the middle of a drug den with bodies around us and people that are running away?
If it was a conversation for any other time, you would have been here to have it. But as soon as you had the chance to get confronted, you ran off and tried to hide in the
I
woods.
was told to leave.
You were
What
told
do you
to
want
relax.
me to do?
You were told to sit down and relax. You left. No one stopped you.
I was told to leave, I left.
All right. It doesn't fucking matter at this point. Just, you need to explain why things have gotten to this point.
Right.
I am at the
Wrong
point.
time, wrong place. I'll explain, sure. Do you think this is a good time for this? To be hurting me, to be punching, fighting me, starting fights and then saying, "Back down." I was standing here with a bow in my hands.
Sven, I've watched you murder several helpless people.
Right. Another time. We talk about this another time. Let's deal with the situation here.
And what's going to happen if we just let you continue to get away with this and don't talk about it and don't try to
You're
stop
not
things?
listening to the words coming out of my mouth. I said we talk about it later when this is settled here. Right
When you
now.
have more time to kill people. Is that what you're saying?
No, we can go
No.
back to the bar right after this. Is that okay with you? Or do you want to punch me again for saying that?
Sven, I do think this is an appropriate time to have this conversation.
I love
Rich
her
man.
so much.
Sure.
As someone who's never done anything wrong in the party,
I'm going to
I-
use my turn to punch Garudamesh.
In the party. Daxius just comes back. This bout is set for one fall. Three-way.
I've got my cigarette already lit. Just, oh, this is fun.
While you're running through the city, and I have no
Yeah.
idea this is going on.
No fucking clue.
That reminds me, there's a joke. It's called the White Trash Olympics. It's running from the cops with a cigarette in your hand.
Yeah.
And if you
it's
drop
like
it,
something out of
you
Trailer
lose.
Park Boy.
Yeah, it is Trailer Park Boys.
Oh, it is?
I think that I don't know if that's what it's from, but that's exactly what they do.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I got picked as the cop this time, unfortunately.
But you are also running with the cigarette, so
Picked.
Yeah.
Picked.
it's the Paralympics. All right.
Um,
Yeah, so
so-
Vic is about as close to murderous as he's ever gotten. He's normally not the nicest guy around, but he's usually not ready to start throwing punches. So this is explicitly out of character for him. So that's why this is an out of character explanation. But I don't know how else to describe it other than he's not thinking straight, or as close to not thinking straight as he's gotten in a while. Sven, this isn't over. We're going to have that conversation.
Sure.
He just kind of...
let's do it sooner rather than later.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sven.
Right. Can we deal with this situation around us?
I think that's
Yes.
a good idea. Sven, maybe you could show a little trust by taking care of the unconscious body over here.
Melia's
No.
already
Sure.
kneeling with him as the man's like sitting up and looking around, has no fucking clue what's going on.
Yeah,
Uh,
I just put my hand up and like in the air in front of Sasha, showing her like, oh, okay.
Her hair is
Like I know I
Meanwhile,
made a scary head at you.
Meanwhile, Moses is babbling in the corner, and you can hear the raucous cawing and clanging of a caged bird up in the 3rd floor from a parrot that you saw just squawking and throwing itself around against the cage.
I didn't
And
realize
this-
there was a 3rd floor.
That's where you were. That's where you got.
Oh, that's the 3rd floor.
That's
okay.
the 3rd floor. Yeah.
I mean, it's basically there's top floor and
Yeah, top
Yeah.
floor and then bottom.
ground floor.
I'm gonna. Can I go up and check out the bird?
Yeah. So, as you go upstairs, you see that there's a decent amount of just shit spread across a lot of the open tables. One of which is a blue parrot or parakeet in a relatively ornate, but otherwise made of like copper bronze cage. You also find a lot of more mundane shit, like stuff that you think poor people probably pawned. But amongst them include a big fucking jar of gold teeth.
Hell yeah.
Fun. A silver, excuse me, 3 holy symbols of Azarian. A phrenologist kit. And a small box containing 40 doses of shiver.
Nice.
But yes, there is a blue parakeet in a cage. It is just screaming and carrying on. And you also find a pretty ornate box that, upon opening, you see that it is filled with silverware, like actual silverware, with the initials JW engraved into them, as well as a golden symbol to Sojourn. So,
John Wilkes.
Didn't we get cutlery with those initials before?
He's a famous dwarf, a freedom fighter.
John Wilkes.
Hmm.
Booth.
Honestly,
Yes.
John Wilkes Booth has this quote that I think is metal as fuck, and it's I'm not advocating for anything that man did because he's kind of terrible, but the quote goes, I have too great a soul to die a what's that? Oh man, I don't remember what it is. Like to die a villain or something like that. Oh, it's to die a coward, I think.
Yep.
Anyway, I don't
But no
remember.
Criminal.
I don't think we ever had
Oh.
any of it. Yeah. I don't think we ever had any of that silverware, but
no, it was mentioned
it was
to you
mentioned.
as by the
Carrington.
Frel's associates in Fever Dream Alley
Oh,
as things that they
yes.
stole and had pawned off, including
That's
the silverware and the bird. You also remember that he stole and pawned off a key and a book. I remember somebody asking the Madame Carrington, and then said that he had come to her with the book, but he wanted too much, and therefore she didn't buy it. So you have no idea where either the book or the key are. So
So, when you say here that 40 doses of shiver go for 1,000 gold,
in total,
we're not gonna be able to sell that, right?
I mean,
No.
normal people wouldn't, but I mean, you fuckers have no scruples, so you know.
I don't know. I mean,
No,
So-
yes, let's ruin more lives and get more people addicted.
I don't think we'll find out just because no one here's that stupid. But Gray, what would realistically happen if one of the party members did shiver? Would we get addicted on the first dose and then
Pretty
we have
much.
to grapple with
It's
that?
unbelievably addictive.
What if the player just decides that their character is not addicted?
Yeah. That's not how that works. An addiction you roll against a will check. That gets harder and harder to hit as more time goes on.
Okay, that's actually kind of a cool way to do that.
Hey, can I try some shiver?
Yeah,
Shiver,
what about this
it's-
It would go up
Be
very
ashamed to waste. Be ashamed to waste this opportunity to explore more game mechanics.
Exactly.
I
Yeah,
mean,
for the first day that you don't do it, like the DC would probably be around like 10 or 12, which you're most likely going to pass. Then it's going to be 20, and then it's going to be 28, and so on and so on.
Oh boy.
The gang tries crack.
we could give some to Lugo.
I think even Lugo knows
Damn.
better.
That would be.
There's probably a spell called like Cure Addiction or something.
If you pay Natari enough, she might try it.
It's.
I think
I
restoration.
think it's something restoration or lesser
Regular
restoration. I think regular restoration.
Yeah, it's not the last
Might
it
be
is
needed,
regular
yeah.
restoration that gets rid of addictions.
What if
Yeah.
what would happen if we give it to Sasha? Like, how would she deal with addiction?
I don't think she would understand.
Please,
So
please
she'd be
don't.
addicted to something that she has no idea, wouldn't be able to fulfill it, and then would probably lose the addiction because she has no fucking idea.
Yeah.
Sleep it off.
She'd be really
Or whatever.
mean for a while, though, and probably maul most of you.
That's what I'm thinking. Kind of like how lion tamers will starve the lions to get them to do certain things. What if we just got her addicted to Shiver?
Moving on.
Barry's not happy right now.
Moving on.
We'll have a think tank later.
Yeah, we'll call it the Heritage Foundation.
Yeah.
I did burst heal everyone as well.
Oh, how much? 15?
15.
Thanks.
Mhm.
That healed one of the punches.
Ah! Well, what can I say? Usually, you don't see people hitting that hard with a punch.
Yeah, Vic is one scary dude.
No, I'm not blaming you. Don't mistake that for me being critical on what you're doing.
It's my fault.
Hmm.
It's my fault that I got punched, right, Sven?
Yeah, okay. It's my fault that I punched you. Okay.
Yeah.
Abusive ass relationship.
Well, that's because
going
you were
on over
using
here.
power
Oh.
attacks, so your AC should be lower. But, I mean, it doesn't matter now, but
No, power attack doesn't affect
Oh.
AC. It just affects the attack
Yeah,
roll.
it's,
that was just the attack roll.
yeah, but it is yeah. Unarmed is weird. I just looked it up the other day. It's like it should be a light weapon, but by the rules it's not. So you full power attack that shit, and I'm like, oh, okay.
I think it's like
Good.
if you're doing. Oh no, yeah. Even if you're doing like flurry of blows, it's still like full strength and power attack bonuses.
Yeah, because it's
Anyway.
considered a natural weapon,
Mhm.
and even though it's a light weapon,
It's considered a light weapon for the purposes of two-weapon fighting and nothing else, basically.
So,
Mhm.
Rugamesh goes upstairs to check on the room that they just cleared out. Down here, Melia, as well as with the help of Fernix, heals up the individual somewhat. I don't think it heals up any of his actual full-on injuries, but who is conscious now and seems just pretty woozy.
All right. Good morning. Let's have a chat. You able to form coherent sentences, or do you need a minute?
He just kind of looks around. He's like, I fucking hate this job.
So, I suppose that's a yes. Let's talk. You've been getting these drugs for a while. Who are you getting them from?
Brotherhood of the Spider, man.
Yes, we assumed as much. You might have to testify for that later, but we'll worry about that when we get to it. And tell me more about them.
I mean, they like kidnap and kill people. I don't really know. They deliver the shit, and he literally puts his thumb around, like, towards the shitter. And through the back. We don't know where it comes from. They just come out of the wall.
They're in the
Which
walls.
There's a door at the back of the outhouse that goes into the wall. I ain't fucking going in. There's spiders and shit in there, and even I'm not that dumb.
I'll go take a peek.
Running through a toilet. Sounds delightful. And, how long have they been, I assume they're paying you quite well for this.
I mean, I've had this job like 3 weeks. Most of what I've done is stand here.
Do they come in, not revealing anything of their identities, or,
They come overnight, and then,
don't even-
dressed in their witch columns, hand it off, and then leave.
So no one has ever followed them? Try to get any more information about them?
Not that I know of. They don't even pay them back money for it.
So the cult is giving out the drugs for free.
Seems like it.
Interesting.
So
Pocket
adorable.
Cat's angry.
Yeah, he got jostled.
He was woken from his nap.
Pocket Cat wants to murder too.
What happened to the boss man over there? Moses.
He just kind of looks over to the guy, like, just gibbering in the corner, like, that man is gone. Yeah, just, you're not gonna get much of fucking anything out of him, just constantly talking about all the people that they've sacrificed are gonna come and kill them. It's gonna consume the world. He just kind of looks over and says, addicted to shiver? And I guess whatever the hell he saw in his sleep, because he made some dudes that we hired to... Look, I got paid 100 gold a week to just stand here. The ones that were up top are being paid 300 because they would trade off in shifts when he went to sleep, taking Shiver to find him in his dreams so that he wouldn't die.
Sounds like you know a bit more about how this actually works.
More like I heard the other guys bitching about it. All I know is that he thinks somebody's gonna kill him in his sleep, like, you know, all the other people in this neighborhood that died.
I can check that back door too. It's
Yeah, you go up to the front of the shitter door, which you're able to open up. Your feet knock a bunch of brown bottles around at the foot of it.
create water.
You fill up the shitter and then watch as it slowly drains. Seems like most likely it drops off into the sea. Well, excuse me, the river. In the back, though, now that you're looking for it, you're able to run your hands along until you find something that slides and allows a stone door to just swing in a bit. You learn that the door is like half an inch of stone plastered to a wooden door. It opens up into a gigantic fucking cavern running through the center of the walls. And even from where you're standing, you're able to see the fucking velvet curtain of spider webs running floor to ceiling, wall to wall.
It's not into the sewers, but I kind of wish it was.
Looks pleasant.
Oh, there's a lot of spiders in here. Probably big ones. Just gonna try to close that back up. I'm not sure if it's easy from this side, but
You're able to at least get it mostly shut.
How often are they dropping these shiver deliveries off?
Like every couple days. They come in with a crate, leave it, and leave.
Are there any other outposts like this?
No. Really was the only one actually fronting any of it. Nobody else is left in the neighborhood.
Any other questions? Looking to the rest of the group.
Ben's just completely silent.
Sorry, I heard a bit of that. We went. We found a secret door in the bathroom.
Mhm.
Okay.
into Spider Cave.
Yep.
Are these regular spiders or are they magic spiders?
I'm pretty sure if they bite you, your only superpower will be that you'll die a young death.
Hmm. Too late for me then. I guess I'm immune. I think Garugamesh is like 70 years old.
Mentally, physically, he'd be the equivalent of like a 20-year-old human.
Yeah. He's 72.
Oh. I'll go see if I can find Stelfa. Perhaps she can round the survivors up, if there are any. Take them off somewhere.
Alright. Is it just you going? Everyone else is remaining here?
I think we should probably just go with.
Yeah. So where's Daxius right now? Is he still out searching?
That's what I was going to get to, just making sure I knew where everybody here was. So, I'm assuming probably, I don't think you want to drag, like, Greeley and the fucking contractor along with you. Either way, maybe Vic goes. At least I know that. He can go.
I can stay with the prisoners, and maybe Sven can too.
Yeah, Sven totally can.
So, Daxius, based on that roll, your own knowledge of the city, and the solid trail of blood that was left behind, you're able to run down this individual as you move through the narrow side streets here in Bridgefront until you more or less corner him down an alley where it's obvious he's probably gonna bleed out, relatively soon. But, you get down the alleyway and then manage to run him over. I'd have you roll a combat maneuver, but I don't think it would matter. So,
Right.
he tries you
Okay.
around like a corner, like seeing that somebody's chasing him, because he wasn't aware of it until rather recently, and that's when you bowl him over. You both roll right down into the slightly dry mud with him on the bottom.
I am... In this moment, as Daxius goes into a full sprint, running through the streets, he starts kind of forgetting where exactly he is. Mentally, he stops being in the city of Lunabrook and starts being back in a city he's more familiar with. And he gets to this individual and grabs him and looks almost feral, like he's ready to just beat the shit out of him, but then he kind of just pauses and centers himself. God damn it. Fuck.
Because the man that you're holding, he's some dude. Like, he's not dressed well. He's dressed in pretty simple armor, had very simple weapons. He looks like he's probably 20 to 25, and probably did not have a very decent upbringing based on the state of his eyes, his teeth, his hair. And he's just looking at you like, man, fuck, just take everything, man. I don't have anything on me.
I just slowly lower my hand down to where I shot him, and I'm gonna cast Cure Light Wounds.
I don't know why my brain thought you were gonna say, and I shoot him again.
Yes.
Well, at least
Would've been
stops the
so
bleeding
funny.
and heals him up somewhat.
Who do you fight for?
He's a bit surprised that you actually heal him, and kind of his one eye opens up a bit more now that it's not as punched in. He's like, just so I can eat every night.
No, who?
I don't fucking know. We say we work for Borvasi, but I'm pretty sure he's dead.
I don't mean the people you work with. Friends, family. Who do you fight for? What are you doing this for? Yourself? That's a fine answer, too.
I told you, man, so I don't have to fucking sleep on the goddamn streets.
Did say that.
I have people. You
Good
sell
for
sugar.
you.
You ruin the lives of countless people by selling it. All to keep your head above water and to support yourself. You know what? I can't fault you for that. But you have to be able to see the damage you're doing. I see the damage I'm doing. Your friends were killed by my comrades, by me. That wasn't your fault. It was lost in the moment. We didn't think of the damage, and that's not the world I want to fight for anymore. I'd like to make you an offer if you're willing to listen.
Oh man, as long as it doesn't mean I end up dead.
If it's to work for Daxius, he might.
Yeah.
I'd like to make amends for the lives we've cut short. And I'd like you to help me. So here's my offer. More gold than Bravasi ever gave you, and safe passes out of the city for yourself and those you may care about. All I ask is a couple nights locked up in a safe place, and for you to support us in our investigation with any information you can provide. I'm not asking you to abandon any values you have. I'm asking you to look after yourself.
Sure, fine. Just don't fucking kill me.
I'm not going to kill you. Here, I'll stand back up and I'll offer a hand.
He rises and he looks past and says, what about that guy? You're able to turn and see that Cyrus is halfway down the alleyway, kind of smoking on his pipe, waiting. Leaning up against the wall, just waiting.
He won't kill you either. I'm going to escort you to a safe place, and you're going to answer all questions we have honestly. I'll pay you when you get there.
Sure, whatever, man.
Oh, and just so no one sees you, I'm gonna throw on my head of disguise. Your name's William for as long as we're on the streets. Got it, William?
Yeah. Yeah.
You're Lugo too.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Just adopting a new homeless person.
I'll walk over. I'll push the guy ahead of me so I have an eye on him so he doesn't run away.
Mhm.
And walk up to Cyrus. Apologies for how I acted.
You shot into a crowd, you know.
Yeah, I did.
And your friends offered an armistice and then killed people as they tried to leave.
I can't speak for them, but what we did was unforgivable. What I did was unforgivable. The things Grugamesh brought up earlier today, it's just bringing back things. I couldn't control myself. It won't happen again.
At this point, I do not know, and I'm not entirely certain I can. If we do not figure this out, I would recommend that the aspirancy be ended, or at least handed over to somebody else, and I will go back to Santala. Now, I haven't exactly been around because I've been quite busy considering the amount of horseshit that has happened in this city, but there are certain rules that you do not break. The endangering of innocent people is generally one of them.
Just not used to being on this side of things is all, the official side.
Yeah, and I wasn't always either. Let's go. Take him wherever you need to take him. I'm going to go deal with the others.
I just nod silently.
And
I just want to say, of all the people Daxius being the one to jeopardize our aspirancy?
No, this is not Daxius.
No. I'm saying that guy, like Daxius getting in trouble for shooting into a crowd is the thing that threatens it.
Oh, it definitely added.
I'm not saying
I
that
feel
was,
like
you know,
that's-
the thing, but it could have been the thing, you know, that broke the camel's back.
I don't know.
It was the
I would
one
say
straw piled
say
on top of the 3 tons of murder that is already on top of the camel.
Yeah.
It's a symptom of a larger issue of lack of forethought before maiming people.
On a
So-
few fronts.
Vic leaves. Is anybody going with him?
Yeah. Unless we need someone to watch these guys here. I
think
assume
me
we
and-
could just flag down the guard and be like, "Hey,
I think me and Sven are gonna stay behind because
And Melia will also be here.
no, I don't think Melee needs to be here. I think it can be just me and Sven.
Oh no, she is staying here. Very plainly.
like, can you force her to leave?"
I wasn't
Yeah.
going to force her.
Vic wasn't going to leave if, at the very least, Melia was not staying, or somebody he trusted was keeping an eye on Sven.
So, Vic leaves. Furnace is going with him. Do either of you two try to get Melia to go with him, like in character?
No.
Okay. They leave, stepping through the smashed-in door and out into the alleyway. The ambiance of the city has sort of settled back in. The bird has stopped screeching since you uprighted the cage. Moses has mostly calmed down, but that's because he seems to be kind of in a state of almost like torpor. Not really conscious, but not really unconscious. Melia finishes helping the guy lean up against the wall. You definitely get the idea that he very much treats this as a job. It's a job that you do. Some people soldier, some people mercenary work, some people guard. He signed up with a mercenary group, and well, contractors on the Death Star. Melia stands up, kind of looks to the remaining individuals and says, "What the fuck is going on?"
What do you mean? I know what's wrong. Garugamesh.
He's either
Still
playing
doesn't-
stupid or doesn't understand, yeah.
He doesn't understand because this is how we've operated up until this point. Just go in and smash everything.
Sven gives a real answer and says, "Perhaps a problem I've been neglecting for a long time needs to be dealt with."
I would say so. And she looks to Grugermesh and says, "No, what the problem is, and I realize you're not in one of the Skyholds, and while my knowledge of Dwarven culture is a little bit rusty considering my age, I do remember there being certain rules of engagement, and that breaking them is a great dishonor. So I don't know who the hell you are, where you came from, but if you or one of your compatriots offers a truce and you break it, in the military they hang you for that here."
I acted dishonorably.
I realize that these people, and she gestures to the poor bastard that's leaning up against the wall, are guarding a drug distribution operation. But, as you can probably see, they don't seem to be the ones running it. And the guy just kind of shakes his head. "We just had to keep this place from being run over, that's it." She just puts her hands on her hips, kind of looks to the ground. And I guess I was kind of not happy about the amount of people that were pounded into the pavement last night, but then again, I wasn't there. I don't know the exact order of events which happened there, but, well,
I don't think anyone was happy about how things went last night or today.
well, Maybe Caroline will be happy that we've at least cut off the distribution front. Although if what he's saying is right and they're just giving away the drugs for free, I wouldn't be shocked if somebody just stepped up to the plate to take over.
Like a Hydra.
In a neighborhood this poor, when there is an easy flow of money to be had, people are desperate. If what Vic has already told me, that the people who attacked you last night were primarily similarly desperate drug addicts, it won't take long.
They'll be getting more and more restless by the hour.
Most likely. A day or two at the most before some people start wondering where the hell their supply has been and where they need to go to get it.
You don't think there's enough of them to cause some sort of unrest?
I don't think they're organized enough for that. They told me that it was some sort of offer that if you were to die and they brought them your heads, that the cult would furnish you with as much drugs as one needed for the rest of their lives, however many days that would qualify as being. So perhaps without that direction, it might not be as without a leader, without a goal to work towards, most people aren't great at working together towards anything. But
No.
that said, is there something I can do to try and
Yeah.
help this? Because
Do you mean the hostage, or not the hostages? What are we calling these? The prisoners? Do you mean
I
the
meant
prisoners
the-
or the leadership?
I meant more along the lines of whatever the fuck is driving you people to be just okay smashing people who are surrendering up against the wall. I'm not an Nazarite. I don't believe when it comes to the law must be maintained above everything and anything. That isn't my bag. Our God believes in the promise of tomorrow, of things that could be, of how they can grow and change.
Just sometimes in the heat of battle, you don't really stop to think about the human across from you, or
Not
the
usually.
person inside that body you're hitting. But I think seeing the desperation of the addicts clamoring together for our heads has made me see things differently, and I neglected to come to that realization in this fight. I fell back into an old way. Change is hard, especially for a dwarf like me.
I want to ask you, are you bullshitting right now, like as a character?
No.
Okay. He just kind of looks to between the two of you. I'm not your parent. I'm not your mom. I'm not your spouse. To be honest, I'm not exactly your friend. I barely know either of you. And I don't think I'll be around that much longer for it to matter one way or the other. But,
No way around it. We are the problem children.
seems so. He just kind of turns away. Alright, well, I don't really have much else to say. Usually the people I argue with either push back as hard as they can, or I hand them over to somebody else and they do whatever it is that they need to do.
I've seen it in Daxis's hearts to hearts with me and Vic's frustrations with the team, but something needs to change, and I think he can start with us. So I'm a bit more receptive to it than I would have been a few days ago. Not to mention the events of this morning have
Yeah,
shattered me.
I can believe it. So,
But
I suppose that's where I'll leave it.
do you have a safe place where we can take these prisoners?
Something tells me that Caroline is going to want to take them to the Citadel, one way or another.
Okay.
Him, and he just gestures towards Greeley. I don't think they're going to get much out of, but I wouldn't be shocked if he goes right to the gallows. This one, she gestures at the contractor. At worst, I bet he'll be in prison for a little while and then be let go.
No, I don't want to see the contractor in prison, but I make sure that he hears that. But shouldn't there be some way to restore Greeley's mental fortitude?
All my years, I've never come across any kind of magic that lets somebody have their faculties granted back to them.
Mm.
I've always
Hear me
believed that
out.
the psyche is kind of attached to the soul, and that if one breaks, you can't really put it back together.
Sorry, Sven, you were saying?
No, ignore me.
He was making another Tourette's joke.
No, I wasn't. I was actually making a genuine idea, but then you said something which disproved it, so I was like, well, never mind.
Personally, I don't know if that's true or not, but... well... might be better to ask a cleric.
Yes. As for the contractor, I think that if he were to be particularly helpful, I wouldn't see a reason why he would need to be thrown in prison.
Yeah. We'll see how things go. So, Vic, you are going westward, and you pass Cyrus going the other way, and he just kind of looks up, gestures to you, and says, I will need to talk with you later, and just keeps moving.
Yeah, Vic acknowledges him, but doesn't really make any sort of comments or real response.
You go to where you saw Stouffer last night, as it's very obvious that they're finishing up the cleanup at the pier. Most of the guards are like wrapping up what they can, putting it away, and leaving. She's speaking with somebody else before kind of nodding and seeing them off. She sees you coming alone, just kind of turns towards you and says, well, either you want something or, something else has happened.
Well, a lot of things have happened, but the end result is that we've got Greeley and one of their mercenaries alive and need to be taken in. We don't have the transport with us.
Oh, beautiful. She turns around and calls out to the guy that had just walked away, telling him to round up some guards and get a Black Mariah and to send it down to where you tell her to send them to.
I can lead them there.
Alright, then, I guess this day's already off to a better start than it has been about 10 minutes ago.
Yes. Oh, and I wouldn't tell your crew to take the rest of the night off.
What do I need to tell them?
There's a little more cleanup to do.
Awesome. She turns around and calls out to them and tells them to gather up some of the people that had just gone off and to bring their bags. And the guy who was like, has now been stopped twice, is like, and then turns and starts walking again. Alright. Cool. Tally-ho.
Yes. I'll have them in your custody shortly then. Hopefully. After that, we'll probably be heading off for a while.
Alright. Daxius, where do you lead the mercenary?
I probably gonna want to see Vic first before I do anything.
So where do you go then?
I'm gonna probably go back to probably Greeley's hideout and see if Vic is still there.
Okay. The two of you who remained back here at Greeley's den, you see Cyrus arrive, just kind of like stepping around the couple of bodies, knocking out his pipe and going to the doorway and says, "So, it has been a fun day, hasn't it?"
Who all is here?
That'll be you, Garugamesh, and then Melia, who is, just leaning against the wall waiting.
I would say it's an interesting day.
I think some of us had fun.
So I can see. She
Oh,
just
so
kind of
right
looks to
people,
Melia and
but-
she says, "I already handled a lot of it." Alright. I will tell you the exact same thing that I told Daxius and leave it at that. Firing into a crowd of innocents and killing people after you offer them parley is generally considered to be poor form. Do not do it again.
I don't expect we will.
And nod slightly. I'll make sure I have better control of Sasha. I apologize.
Very good. I've done some shit in my time, but I've never done it while wearing the badge.
I understand.
He steps inside and, tries to get caught up on everything that you guys already know. Fernix, you and Vic. Are you going with them to get the Black Mariah, or are you just going right back to the Greeley's Den?
Well, so maybe I was a bit confused then. I thought they just had something with them that they were going to go literally just like walk 20 feet down the road and pick it up and come back.
Oh,
And
no,
then he was
no.
gonna
They
lead 'em
want
there.
like a prison van. Like, you're going to have to go get one. Which is what
Oh.
she sent her people off to go do, as well as they clean up the room.
Okay, that was my misunderstanding then. If it's not like we're walking back right away with them, then he'll just let them know that it's Greeley's Den under the Red Oliphant. And you'll probably be able to see several corpses out by the street. So,
Yeah, Caroline
be
is
able
able to go with you because she sent her orders to her own people. And they're adults and can probably handle that all by themselves.
I would hope so.
Yeah, I would hope so, but, well. So if the three of you head back, I'm assuming you're going to run across Daxius with a man who is just following him very closely. Or, well, pushed out in front of him.
Oh,
Pushed out in front of him, I guess, is probably more accurate.
Yeah, he doesn't look like one of Graylia's crew because he has the hat of disguise on.
God. I was gonna put a big like sun hat on because I still have the horrible plant face.
Right.
It makes it harder for me to diplomacy. So
Reasonable.
yeah.
Daxius, how did you get along?
Just looks sullen. Like, got one.
Oh, good. At least yours didn't turn into the day's catch.
Not yet. How many did we lose? Well, how many did they lose?
Oh, I didn't count.
4 or 5, I believe.
I'm gonna take out my mask and I'm just gonna make 5 notches into it and put it back. All right. It's the first time you see me do that,
Well-
by the way. All right, what's what's going on back there?
You are okay?
Yeah.
Good. Because it's not okay back there.
Yeah, I expected as much. Are they getting
Yes,
like?
I'm-
Oh, you go.
Do you know anywhere around here that's good to grab a bite to eat?
Well, outside of some decent coffee, the food in Bridgefront's pretty shit.
Nearest place that's not?
Probably the Demon's Dive. That's all the way in the old docks, though.
We can get there. I'd suggest pulling us over after we've dealt with the immediates here.
So,
Alright.
Might not be bad to make some distance from all of this too, in case of retribution.
see if we can hand things over to get Stauffer here.
About that, I don't want to do things the way I used to, so I'm asking you advice, Vic.
By the way, Stauffer is with us. If
Oh.
you're trying to hide
She's
that.
letting you talk amongst yourselves because, well,
Okay, I'll just look at Stauffer and like make sure they're not within earshot.
mhm.
I want to keep this person off the books, just in case, because I've had a lot of experience with corrupt guards and shit like that, and I just, in case shit goes wrong, I want to have a backup for questioning. He seems willing to answer any questions as long as we keep him alive, and I promised him when we're finished, I'd give him some gold and I'd give him safe access out of the city. But I want to do this my way.
All right.
I think I want to bring him back to the Valier Society and have a wizard watch over him, because we've had someone with we've had magic kill someone in custody before. I don't want that happening again.
Says that within earshot of the guys. Like, who am I signing up with? I
Yes,
don't think
probably
we need to
did
be.
hear
I don't think we need to be worried about that necessarily. Honestly, it's up to you. I don't think that the system would treat them too harshly in this particular scenario, given the context.
Either way, I think I want to bring this one to Bannerhome instead of. Well, they usually bring them to the Citadel, but I'd rather have them within close proximity of us.
Yes. It could work if that's the direction you want to go, but I would suggest making it clear that you're not deciding for another person. If he wishes to take advantage of your protection and your offer, all the more reason to do so, but people have to live with the choices they make. And when those choices put you in a situation where things don't go exactly how you might like, well, you still have to clean up the mess. You've seen that with us, as well as plenty of other places, I don't doubt. I don't mean to preach to you, of course, but my point is just let him decide. If he wants to stay, then by all means provide your protection, but if he wants to just leave, then it's his prerogative. It's not our job to decide his fate at this point.
Take a moment to think, and I'll turn to the guy with the hat of disguise on. You heard him.
I'd like to not end up dead because you people are cursed or something, but I'd rather end up
You
in
won't.
Bannerhome than Northlight.
Bannerhome, then. And when we'll talk about details when we're not in the street. But do you like the city?
What's there to like about it?
Fair enough. All right. The original
Not
deal
bad,
stands
huh?
then.
I'm
Oh,
from
you have no idea.
Bridgefront. What do you think?
Right. Well, I think I can escort him myself to Bannerhome, and I can meet with you guys at the Demon's Dive.
Okay. We'll round everyone else up.
Yes, some conversations are going to be had. Unfortunately.
Oh, yes. I did mean to bring that up. We're going to need to have a conversation as well, but as you've said, it can wait.
Everyone wants to talk.
I am.
Let's-
Sounds like a song. Everyone wants to talk.
Everybody Talks is a song
That's true.
by Neon Trees.
Mhm.
True.
Yeah, I was going to say, is now when we're making our sharp turn, Vic breaks out into a musical number.
Yeah, I've got some points into one of the performance skills that I've never used.
No shit.
So, with that, you
I'll
guys
let-
are able to make your way back to Greeley's den, which nothing has really changed. Cyrus has returned. Melia has kind of helped the guy patch up a bit. I think most of his non-lethal damage is probably gone, but the physical damage is still there.
It specifically, if he had lethal and non-lethal, the healing applies to both of those.
Those are really...
Yeah, there's one regard in which non-lethal damage actually does help people not die, but only with regards to magic healing, which I'm like, okay. I think you also get back 1 point an hour.
Okay. So,
That's the other thing.
then with that, then yeah, he would actually be weather off. I kind of thought it was one over the other. Caroline begins doing her own notes, kind of taking down descriptions of those who died, the building, where things are. She takes into account like the things that were found here, but doesn't seem to be interested one way or the other. The drugs, yes, but like the pawn shit, it's just like it's junk to her, really. It takes probably about 20 or so minutes before trying to avoid using the other word because that doesn't make sense here, but Black Mariah prison van arrives, which a lot of people on the street are very surprised to see. I'm assuming that somebody explains the situation regarding the wall access, and Caroline tells you that she'll have some people posted in case the cult comes out, they can nab them before they know what's going on, but otherwise they're not going to go in there. Because they have no fucking idea what's in there or where it comes out. Other than that, Vic, as you get back, you can tell probably by the mood that Melia has had her conversation. Cyrus doesn't seem pleased by a lot of this, but isn't really saying much of anything. Other than that, it's waiting, paperwork, and whatever you want to do.
I'll make a note to Stauffer to try to make sure that no one else except for us are getting in there, because we are going to need to go through that door at some point.
Well, none of my people are going in there, that's for fucking sure. And,
Yes, sir.
well, something tells me that, Droon wanted you people to do it. Or else he would have talked to me, you know, the person that technically, very indirectly works for him, but hey, you know, why would he do that?
Yes, I understand. Well, we could just keep the area as cordoned off as possible. Not that it would help much in this area.
We'll have people here in the complex, but that's about it. We're gonna make it seem... The officers that we'll have posted here will be plainclothes.
Right. And I know that there's not much patrolling down in Bridgefront. But to my understanding, this was the only distributor of Shiver at the moment.
That's good, at least. And you've, perhaps not cut the head off of the snake, but you've at least kept it from biting anymore, for now.
So I wouldn't imagine there's going to be that much of a time gap, if at all, before someone else is either rising up to take their place, or the cult is going a bit more direct, the distribution.
The
Or,
vial
of
of
course,
shiver going for
if-
about 40 gold. Wouldn't expect it to.
There's also the fact that there's going to be probably a dissatisfaction with the end of the distribution, but well, can't do much about that.
No. No. Let Drew know that you managed to cut off the supply at least. I'm sure he'll probably just want you to go right for the Heart of Darkness, but that's his prerogative and I have mine.
We've got a couple of things to take care of before we end up doing a deep dive.
Sure.
Should be within the next day or two, hopefully.
Sooner rather than later, methinks.
Alright. I'll let him know.
Alright. If there's anything you need, if you don't find me here, which I will be departing in maybe an hour or so, you can ask for me up at my office at the Citadel, or you can always send for a guard, and they'll be able to find me.
Understood. It's much appreciated.
Well, thank you for your service. Have a good day to everybody, and God's walk with you.
After this, I'm not sure many will.
Oh, I'm sure Lycurgus would love you.
Well, guess we head out, unless there's anyone else who needs something. We can say that we stuffed the rest of all the stuff in the bag of holding,
Yeah.
unless they were interested in taking the shiver. The
No,
guards
she
were.
takes possession of that. That's technically
Okay.
direct evidence.
Oh, hold on. That shiver is worth 1,000 gold pieces.
Oh my god.
We're not paying
To
you
who?
for contraband unless you're telling me that you want to take ownership for it. And she just kind of reaches to her belt and like shakes the fetters.
It's
And please, I want to put you in these.
I wasn't aware that shiver was a crime. Alright, I'm gonna back down. I'm gonna back down before I get myself in trouble.
I think
We
Gurugamesh
would-
might belong to a rare race of dwarves capable of joking. It's weird.
I have a mental disorder. It's makes me do stupid things.
Well, then maybe you should get that checked out. And she just kind of like pats you on the shoulder as she goes by.
It's
Picks up
barely
the crate and then hands it to her guards and says, "Put that in the front. You know where it needs to go."
Gurugamesh looks longingly at the shiver walking away from him.
Could always slide a hand to try to get a couple vials.
Listen, guys, it's greed, okay? Gurugamesh has that as a feat or as a class feature.
Yes.
It's a trait.
A racial trait.
Yeah, that thing. So, you know, he'll act stupid for money.
Anyway, Vic will take anything that they aren't trying to take into evidence, assuming they're not going to be upset about this.
No, they don't seem to be very interested in a lot of the other, because they think Greeley was, at least what Caroline remembers, was sort of a low level, he was a pawnbroker, honestly. Kind of a low level gangster who didn't really do much in the way of protection, but he would sell stolen shit. He was a fence as well. So, him going into the drug distribution is a bit strange, but at the same time, it kind of tracks for him. So yeah, they're not interested in the junk. Even if it's quote-unquote valuable, what are they going to do with a bird in a cage?
Yeah.
Yeah, speaking of, that's the one thing that I don't put in the bag of holding because it would suffocate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gurugamesh was gonna see if he could train it.
Good luck.
It's
If it was a
parakeet.
parrot. Yeah, parakeets, they can say like 100 words, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like, they might be okay. I just remember someone talking about trying to train their songbirds, and it was like this tiny little bird, and he's like, this bird does not give a shit about anything
Yeah.
except for food.
Yeah.
Yeah, my uncle had one of those. The only thing I remember of it is that the first time that he landed on me, he shit on my sweater
Yeah.
and screamed in my ear.
Yep, that's
crazy.
Yeah.
that's parrots for you, man. I
Yep.
don't like them. My dad had one, and I fucking hated that bird.
Parrots are very loud.
Mean. They
Like,
can
you have to
very,
be
very
a-
mean.
A unique type of person who went to own an animal like that.
All right, so
Some amount of hearing loss to be expected.
Yeah.
they depart, kind of leaving you guys to your devices. Bodies are bagged and tagged, and yeah.
So we just head outside. And is Cyrus stopping us, or is he just already heading back to Banner Home?
He's already had his discussion with everybody here, except for Vic, but I think Vic is already well aware. After that, he does kind of like watches the Black Mariah go with the evidence and the bagged bodies and that kind of stuff. Turns back towards you guys and says, "Will there be any more excitement for one day?"
Hopefully not.
Yes.
Then, if anybody needs anything from me, I will be returning to Banner Home. Hopefully, if you find the time, you want to actually get a start on what the hell I was tasked with doing, I will be around. Most of my usual horseshit has been finished for a while, and I guess I have to be an adult as well.
Right.
Right.
Well, I will let
Nothing-
you know if. Mhm.
All right.
Then, good day to all of you. Please don't do anything else. Just please. Just puts his hat back on and starts walking.
I start killing people again.
Yeah. I don't make any expression on the outside, but on the inside, Phoenix dies a little at hearing that.
Yeah.
Alright.
Boy, I sure am hungry. Good job, everybody. I think the only food that could satisfy this hunger would be found over at the Demon's Den. Daxius said that he'd already be getting us a table, so we should hurry on over there.
I disagree.
Yeah,
Alright.
Garugama
I
has
punch
something
you.
To do.
Damn. Again? Alright.
Yeah.
Roll initiative.
You guys head off in whatever spirits it is that you each leave in, good or bad. Demon's Dive is
Forced?
good. Yeah.
Forced positivity.
Yeah. Awkward.
Overtly.
Ugh.
Is Etor just kind of like watching from around the corner, like a little kid watching their parents fight?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just sitting on top of a building, like picking up rocks, and putting them back down, and
Pretending like he's not
Guru-
listening, but he actually is.
it's polishing his head.
Poor little guy.
Fear flashes in Garugamesh's eyes when he sees Eder stacking rocks.
Oh no.
Building up a collection. So, you guys head off. The dive is across the island from where you guys are, and it's a good maybe about 10-15 minute walk at absolute worst. You. What day of the week is this? It is wheel day. Okay. You find that the area is relatively busy. The dive, which is part bar kind of restaurant, but primarily theater, is, now that it is about noon, open, and they are offering. They are serving people Meanwhile, some of the play actors are doing their shit on the stage, mostly preparing, handling the orchestra pit, setting up the scenery, and so on and so forth. And I know we're a little bit early, but if we want to take about a 5 to 10 minute break, use the bathroom, maybe get something to eat, and then we'll come right back.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
All
Works
right.
for me.
See you in about 5. All right, and we're back. Definitely been an interesting bit of play so far, but now about noon, you guys are able to head across town into the Demon's Dive to get a little bit of drink, a little bit of something to eat. I'm not gonna assume what that walk is like, but I'm going to assume tense.
Stressful.
Probably not a lot of
Gilgamesh doesn't notice.
positive emotions.
How much menu is there?
Not huge, and it's kind of your standard fare for a place like this. Cheaper, greasy, yeah. If you're looking for something specific, though?
Oh no, just on seeing that the menu's not like multiple pages, Furnace just says, thank you. Like, as soon as he gets handed the menu, he's like, we'll have one of everything.
Actually, I'd like to get us all racks of baby back ribs, please.
Actually, I'd like a Bloody Mary.
Do you guys have bloomin' onions here?
Oh god. Everyone has to make a fortitude save or be sickened.
Like,
like
after
a-
craft.
Onion.
Yeah,
Fuck a
DC
waiter
35.
Who was very much not dressed like a waiter, just kind of looks at all of you and says, "What do I fucking look like, man? What do you want?" Like,
I
actually,
hold out a.
One of everything on the menu.
that I can do. I don't know what the hell a bloomin' onion is, and we don't have ribs.
I didn't say that in character.
Do you have pig's feet?
Sorry, say again?
Do you have pig's feet?
I feel like that's thematically not something we need to be doing
Well-
right now.
I mean, I guess
Mhm.
there's probably something I
Oh
can
my
buy
God.
in the, market across the street.
You have
It's
deep
kinda-
fried Oreos?
Fuck is an Oreo?
I
I'm getting
punch
you
Sven
beer.
again.
How about that? And he just kind of turns around.
I'll take beer.
Fucking tourists.
What's he talking about? Pig's feet or is a butcher's delicacy?
Yeah, it depends on the clientele, I suppose. It's not something you like normal people eat around here, but you can get it. Broths you can buy it. Pig's feet from. I think Zach's a friend of mine's grandma used to eat those or give them to her dog. You're furnished with beer. You're then provided with food that takes a little bit, and during that, there are a few people that come and go through the actual building. But other than that, most of what you hear and see is going on at the other side of the building, up on the stage, just shit being moved around and people yelling, that kind of stuff. So as you guys are sitting and waiting, have at it.
Melia come with us?
Yeah, she did. She's drinking something lighter and eating something lighter, but otherwise just sort of like, oh, this has been a day so far, kind of thing.
Yes, it has. And I grab like whatever sort of clear liquor they have and just down a shot.
Gin. There is a decent amount of gin here, and it is, while it is pretty strong in flavor, it's still pretty sweet.
Ooh. It burns a bit.
Sven is kind of fiddling with his cup, just kind of spinning it, looking down at it. Phoenix, I talked to you about things, yes?
We did.
Earlier.
Briefly, yes.
Did you happen to learn anything?
Out of game, I tried, but we actually haven't had any research time, have we?
You guys kind of have, but it's been sporadic, and also I think it was just sort of forgotten in the, cascade of everything else.
It's not something I've managed to come up with yet, but with this specific case, it seems like the kind of thing an hour or two in the library should be able to solve, so I figured, what the heck? Why don't we just take care of it now before anything else happens? And then you should be okay. In theory.
Would you
I
like
was
to?
waiting for someone to ask what they mean.
Yes, would you like to enlighten us on what exactly this is referring to?
Sven looks to Phoenix, hopefully. Well, like, not hopefully, but like, in a kind of like... He thinks that Phoenix would be able to understand and explain it way better than he could. A lot of this is over his head.
But
Real quick,
out of game, I don't know exactly what's going on. So it's
okay.
it's
Okay.
where I'm like,
No. I'm saying in game, this is what it looks like, and then maybe Phoenix looks back
Yes.
at him like,
we're just looking at each other in a way that's not totally suspicious, but it's kind of a little bit.
so you know how warlocks can get their power from entities, yes? And druids get their power from the forest?
I think Warlocks is a
Hi.
different edition.
Are they? Hold on, let me check my handbook.
Yep.
Warlock.
Well,
Warlocks are not in
it's the-
Pathfinder.
Unfortunately,
it's
no.
the
I think-
invoker if it's that one version that.
No, warlock third-party class. I see it right here.
I think
Yes.
Warlock is one of those mythical creatures, kind of like the Druish.
Oh, you know, this is a weird third-party
Like the
class.
Druid.
Okay,
They-
never mind. You
A weird third part. They tweak their nipples at you to fire Eldritch Blast. It's really. I'm wondering where the inspiration for this came from, but
Is
But
this the
you know the
writer's
concept.
barely disguised fetish?
A
You
lot
know
of
the
leather.
concept. Or clerics, they get their power from gods, yes?
yes, and I have made agreements that are honestly pretty common for most of those who are drawing from who are calling an individual from one of the outer planes to assist us.
Well,
That's
if I
a-
were to explain where I get my power, I'd say it's somewhere in between the three. I made a bad decision when I was young. And
Right.
I didn't realize that it was a bad decision until lately. It's a long story, and frankly, a bit of an embarrassing one that I'd not like to tell if not for the fact that it's a problem now. But to make a very long story short, it's an entity that I made a deal with when I was paused, mentally thinking, what age was it? Fuck.
You're like
Oh,
16,
so-
I think.
No, it was younger. I think it was like,
11.
oh, maybe it was 16.
2.
You weren't little.
Well, let me double check my backstory real quick.
Hold on, guys.
While they figure this out real quick, am I still escorting the prisoner?
I have.
I'm assuming that you're able to do that relatively quickly.
Like,
but you're able to
like,
get
am
through
I
the-
there?
Yeah, I'm assuming that
Yeah.
you're there.
Okay, I was going on the assumption I wasn't there, so okay, just making sure.
You can be there or not, depending on what you want. to.
I would rather be there, but yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah, it was when he was 16.
What?
Many years ago, I made a deal with a spirit in the forest that, well, they would grant me power and abilities and a new body if I simply sated their thirsts every once in a while. It was not to be. I didn't think it would be severe. I didn't think it would be anything more than, you go hunting, you kill some squirrels, you spill their blood for your patron. It is a blood patron, but I didn't think it was. I don't know what I was thinking. I was frustrated with my life, and I wanted a way out. And I took the first chance that I got, and for many years it wasn't a problem. Now it is. Now I just have this desire to spill blood when I can. And I accidentally went into a Transylvanian accent for that. I heard the laugh.
Just a piece of
I
blood.
want to spill blood sometimes. What do you want from me?
Sven starts smoking as the sun starts coming in the window.
I don't know. I've spoken to Phoenix about it. I want to be rid of it, if I'm being honest. I don't want to be rid of it, but I do. It's complicated. I don't want to go back to how I was, but I don't want to hurt people.
I know.
It's nice that you told us this. We can help you manage it better. Daxius has a few followers.
I was hoping that here in this city we'll be able to find help or information to help with these things. But we got so caught up in things already that I guess that got pushed back.
It did.
We'll be able to
I'm
make
sorry
time
for
for
that.
you.
Why?
Oh,
It has been a lot of things to take in since getting here, so I admit I delayed somewhat, and I should have recognized that things were changing for you. The way that these deals work, it never ends up being the greatest on the end of the recipient who the patron doesn't value as they should.
Why did it take so long for this information to be shared with the rest of us?
how long did it take for many of you to share anything about yourselves? Many of you still haven't.
Sven, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you.
I thought I had it under control, is my answer. I thought that it was okay. And I was wrong. And I admit that. I was wrong. To think that it was under control and okay. The answer is I'm embarrassed. I'm deeply embarrassed. And I didn't want to say anything because I didn't think I had to.
There's a difference between not filling everyone in on every detail of your history, and then when you realize something from that history is becoming a problem, continuing to not do so. I understand and I appreciate that you are recognizing that this was an error. But this has gone on long enough. I want to be able to help you, and I don't think that anyone here is going to be arguing against all of us spending time helping you. But, and this is a message to anyone, if there are things that, well, let me put it this way. Like it or not, we are a team, a group that needs to be able to trust and rely on one another. We've all made mistakes, both in our present and our past, and will continue to make mistakes in our future. I am not immune to this. No one is. But if we are to continue as a team, then an amount of honesty needs to be at the forefront.
Well, the important thing is that Sven is bringing this to us now, and he knows better for the future. Not to speak for him, but it's nice that we finally get some insight into our furry friend here. Sorry, I guess that was a
I'm not the
microaggression.
furry. I'm not the weirdo.
Sven has a human sona.
Yeah.
He's got like a skin suit that he wears to conventions.
Oh no.
I think Daxus is closer to that.
I mean, of anyone in the party to have a skin suit, it would probably be Sven at this point.
I
Yeah, it's cultural appropriation.
sorry.
All right. Well, while we're on the topic, anyone else have anything violent and murderous to share?
Well, if you really want to hear about that time that I killed an old farmer out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I'd like to
Sorry, what?
hear it.
It was dark and I was scared, and he was coming at me with a pitchfork. So I understand if there are times when our emotions and desire to live and all of that overwhelm our logic, and we get a little more physical than is intended. I guess in my case it was really the realization afterwards and everything else that was horrible, but still didn't even bother burying the poor bastard. If he was out on the road, he knew what he was doing. That being said, it's all too easy to end up taking a life on accident, so that's why I think all of us need to exercise more caution. Recognize that these tools are not for preservation of life, but to prevent it being taken. And that's why I don't like it throwing blows at each other. Really gets on my nerves, but I know you can take it. I just wish it didn't have to be this way.
You're right. Sven, I do apologize for this earlier. I know it doesn't excuse things, but things have been difficult, frustrating lately.
Understand.
And if you'd like, I'll happily sit by and let you return a few if you'd like. Perhaps not here, but...
I appreciate it, but maybe later, if that's alright.
Yes. How about we'll say that once we finish dealing with your issue, got an open invitation.
Perhaps. Perhaps. And then
So-
everyone lived happily ever after.
Yeah, that's how that works.
It was unfortunately a bit of a slip back to my younger self.
To be fair, I understand disliking seeing pointless violence. It does tempt one to perpetrate it. And no one's immune to that. But I think you know Sven better.
Right. Well,
Well, on the topic of sharing things, it's not murderous, but I think I might have accidentally maybe caused Bravasi's band to form.
What?
I used to work for the Breakwaters, and actually...
No, I couldn't hear you. Speak up. What did you say? No, I'm kidding. Actually, you know what? Say. Sure. Sven says that in real life.
I
Still
pulled the
louder.
banana out of Sven's ear.
Daxius like rubs his like. I might have accidentally made the Breakwaters. Sorry, the Bravasi's band. I used to work for the Breakwaters, and back then, well, Bravasi actually ran the Breakwaters. Shortly before leaving the city, I kind of screwed them over for some extra coin. And last I heard, Bravasi was no longer in command. And I come back, and Bravasi's band is formed.
Mm.
So yeah, that's one of the main reasons I don't want Daxius' persona being seen.
I mean, it sounds like he was in power in one position and then found it in another.
Yeah, well, he's a slippery little shit. They all are.
Yes, well, as long as we're confessing to bad things, I've seriously pissed off a certain nature god after strip mining a mountain and then cutting down a sacred forest. I think that's probably the worst I've done. It's hard to remember all of the murders, though. Well, not murders, just deaths in battle.
Self-defense.
Self-defense, I like it.
It's aggressive self-defense.
No, it's preemptive self-defense. Get them before they get you.
Deterrence, you mean?
Right?
Right.
Right.
If I may,
You may.
I've done a lot of shit things in my life. Not necessarily murderous, but shit. I've ruined lives, I've hurt people, I've done my fair share of killing. But I see all of us here, and I see the potential to do something better. You all taught me that I could be better. Do you not remember that?
I remember a similar situation in which I was punching you as well.
Yeah, it fucking hurt.
Yes, I've been told.
You all taught me that I can do good with the life I have here. And after meeting you, my goals have changed. I feel like I can do something better for the world. I feel like we can do something better. And we still have a mission, do we not? We still have all these fucking portals opening up all over the world and what have you. These dark crystals and shit.
David,
We're a team. And I don't want to see that end, personally. I think we could do some good.
But here's the goal.
So,
Huh.
yeah, even though I have not seen eye to eye with you, Sven, I understand completely why you make this deal. In fact, if I was in your shoes, I might have myself. But I do want to help you, and I think we all do. You can go to the library right away.
I think most people in the party have made a bad decision due to inexperience.
Indeed.
I greatly appreciate this. I would like to go myself, too.
Go together.
All right. So.
So we sit at the bar.
I'm assuming
Yeah,
you're
for another
gonna
3
eat,
hours.
You know, like normal people, not like psychopaths.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Order
Dax
food
just
and
loves the
immediately get up.
food here.
The only exception being if the Quipoth appearance hasn't worn off yet, I'll probably
yeah.
It should have by now.
Eat
It's
it-
been at least a half
okay.
an hour.
good because I was up. I was like, otherwise it's horrible plant monster o'clock. Just eat a whole roast chicken and then regret it.
Yeah, no, I think you're okay after at least a half an hour.
Yeah,
We'll assume.
still
like-
gonna eat a lot.
All right. So, you listen to some of the performers practicing a bit as you eat your food. After that, maybe about half an hour to eat and drink and etc. etc. You settle up all together. Probably comes out to maybe about half a gold in total.
Cheap as fuck.
This
I'd
is
pay
what the
that.
party fund was made for.
And who's going where?
I think we're all going to the library.
Going
Oh, I'm
to
going
the
to get my
palace
haircut.
library?
There's a lot of libraries.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to.
I'm only familiar with the. I've only been to the Kapalos Librarian character anyway,
Okay.
at least.
That is
In-game.
indeed like the quote-unquote public library, so...
Yeah, I'm not sure if we'll find what we're looking for at the public library. If
No, it might
there-
be easier if there's anything larger.
I
Well,
think the Catabraxi College would have a what we're looking for.
one option, yeah. There are two other libraries in the city that I think you can probably guess, one being at Bannerhome, the other one being at the University of Lunabrook. And then obviously Catabraxi. So where are we going?
Might be worth stopping by Bannerhome. At least as a starting point. I think I need to have a discussion with Cyrus anyway.
Okay, so I know that there is a decent amount of research that everybody wanted to do, not just necessarily for this one. What are we covering right now?
Well, looking into kind of. I guess I'm gonna spend some time like questioning Sven. Like, what is the like? Have you seen a face? Have you seen like any like notable features? Any way it talks to you, etc., etc. Just getting details from Sven, and then using that as a reference to look at appropriate books that might help.
I, yeah, was hoping to aid with that somehow.
Okay.
It's a matter of looking up based on the patron or what specifically. And
Well.
oh,
Cats.
cat.
I
The-
think
the spell that I know we wanted to get in contact with the guy, I think costs like 1,500 gold or something like that. So I already have the components for that, but not the specific ones, I guess, even though I was trying for that. So I'll just have Etor go out and exchange them. I'm assuming 1-to-1. They just swap. Like, here's my tetrahedron of obsidian, and I'll get that shiny, gold leaf trinket or whatever the fake guy wants.
Okay. Where is that?
I'm trying to remember what the spell was called.
I'm not sure either, because I know you put in an order for your the obsidian stars.
Yeah, this other stuff is like pretty typical, like communing with other worldly whatever stuff that I was trading out for. So
I don't remember a specific spell.
It wasn't contact other plane, was it?
I don't think so. It was a specific one. Look
But
Immune.
and find it out. Minor
who's all
inquiry.
going- Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So it might not be that much, actually. 100 GP per HD of creature called.
100 GP per HD.
Yeah.
Oof.
This is it's
Could be
it's
more
lesser
expensive.
it's lesser planar ally, but you can just ask for it to answer questions or gather information regarding a specific topic.
So, Sven, Daxius, and Fernix, I know for certain, are going to the Catabraxi College of Magic to do research on that. I know there were still questions standing about information in cults, and there were some questions regarding expeditions, and there were at least a few questions related to what the Sworn of Azarian was looking into, the Hollow Army. For the three of you that I know for certain are going to the Catabrax College of Magic, go ahead and give me a knowledge nature and a knowledge arcana. And let me know who is actually making the check and who is supporting.
Well, who has the highest in those? I imagine... Oh my god, you have a... Yeah, I think
don't
we're
have
supporting
knowledge
Sven.
nature.
My knowledge arcana is +7.
I've
imagine
got
yours
a
is higher.
+13. Yeah.
Okay.
My specialty.
I'll be supporting both of them then. So, supporting Onyx.
This is how like a lot of these research roles have gone too.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mm.
Okay. Well, with a 19, I don't think you're going to get too much from Arcana, but you will learn at least this. When it comes to summoning a creature like this, because this isn't necessarily something that you can just sort of pull, rabbit out of a hat. It's not some kind of pedestrian thing. You're looking for someone specific, and you're not 100% certain where they exist. So you're gonna need... You learn that you're going to need certain, I guess, ingredients into this ritual. You are going to... You need to learn, first of all, the actual diagram and the arcane chant related to summoning this specific creature. 2, you need to make a personal sacrifice, which generally speaking is blood. And 3rd, and the most important thing, is you need to know the name of the individual, the creature.
I guess
With-
that's the
one that's
one
gonna be
easy one we
hardest.
can ask.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
let's try. I guess I ask Sven what name the guy provided him, if any, or shouldn't say guy. The Fae. They might not be
as
They might just be.
Yes, 2 individuals that are pretty knowledgeable when it comes to the Fae. You know that they would never give you their actual name.
Fair.
Because to the Fae, knowing a thing's name gives you power.
Right. But the distribution of information requires that there had to be some way.
Mm-hmm.
So you got a bunch of nicknames and Robin Goodfellow pseudonyms and things like that. They're probably going to achieve some sort of commonality that somebody wrote down at some point. I'm hoping.
So, Sven, does your character remember where this happened?
Yes, he distinctly remembers where it happens. The precise exact location he doesn't, because he found it when he was lost, and he woke up elsewhere. But
You found
he
it
knows...
while you were lost, but you knew you were near a very large lake.
Yes, he knows a landmark very close to where it was. It was in the Cackling Woods by the town Scarrow.
Okay. Alright. Then that at least gives you a...
I believe it was northwest of there. If I'm remembering correctly.
I'm not sure if it was ever specified. But we'll figure it out. At least gives you an area to work off of.
Yes. Long story short, it was a spirit that it wasn't actually out in nature. He had to go inside of a cave, go really far down into the cave. He found a pool of water that was magical, and there he found the spirit.
It was a large underground lake.
Yes. When I say pool of water, I
God.
mean a big pool of water.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
saying that Sven would remember this. Barry, however, probably doesn't.
I just forgot that the word pool of water denotes something small.
Yeah.
So I was like, yeah, it's a pool of water. And then I thought, I'm like,
New.
Yeah. Well, while researching, Franks just casually lists off all of the random shit that can happen if you just drink from a magic pool in a cave. Like
No,
turn
I'm taking
into
notes.
bats permanently.
Accidental testicular torsion.
Intentional
Sometimes you
removable by
testicular
wish.
torsion.
Sometimes you get super strength. Sometimes you get a violent sunlight allergy that causes you to light on fire.
Yeah.
Oh joy.
Sometimes you become a fish man.
So,
It's been known to happen.
based on that, and with that role of knowledge nature, you think you can possibly narrow down the areas where this might be. With that in mind, somebody, whoever is leading this role, give me a knowledge history.
I have the highest knowledge history. I'm certain of that.
I don't know. Do you? Hold on. let me
Can you
check.
beat a plus 13?
Can I? I have a +2, buddy. You think you're better than me? Because you
Maybe.
are.
Now, I do have Lore Master. I don't know if I should use that.
Why not?
Natural 20?
It's once per day, right?
Yeah.
Not some. Okay. Bizarro once per week. You can make a knowledge check. That's great.
Yeah. If I took 10, I'd have a 23. Fuck it, we ball. I'm gonna take 20.
Alright, so, based on the area, and based on the description of the creature in question, based on taking a natural 20, you were able to track back a good 600 or 700 years to when the Zardom was being put together. There were certain efforts that were made to try and subdue the Cackling Woods, and that just never really worked. There are towns that exist within the woods, and there are those which cling to the edge of the Calderon Sea, called the Outlaw Coast, which legally on a map fall within the Empire, the Zardom, but they don't. They're not being administered by them. However, at the time, there were attempts made to subdue the wild magic that existed in this part of the world. Something that perhaps you and your character are not necessarily unacquainted with. And that, in order to do so, they ended up contracting out. And, because in order to beat these kinds of creatures, and those that lived in this area, they're functionally gods. Whether you and I would consider them gods is up to question, but their power, which they draw either from the nature around them or from some other plane of existence, makes them gods. In order to fight that, you need to be able to fight them magically at their level. There aren't a lot of high-level wizards that exist, especially this period, but there is a name that comes up. Madiana Vivaris. Not only did she live in this time period, you are able to read that she was indeed contracted by the Zardom in an attempt to not only combat these unruly nature gods, spirits, what have you, but to bind them. Because a lot of these creatures can't necessarily be killed. They're kind of like djinn in a way. You can lock them up, you can shackle them, you can put them away in a bottle, but you can't really kill them. Worse, you send them back to their own plane for a little while. And lucky you, guess where Mariana's tower is?
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. Just go back to the map. If it'll load. Well, I have no idea where it is because it's infinitely loading.
It is in Crown
But it's
Heights, here in Lunabrook.
Mm.
It is the gigantic tower that seems to grow and shrink depending on how far away from it you are.
Thought so. It sounded familiar. But I've been wanting to visit that anyways, just as a... Well, honestly, I've been wanting to visit that ever since I was in the city the first time around, but to actually have an excuse now.
So, you know now, perhaps somebody that might have been involved in this time period, perhaps they might know the creature's name, and not only that, how they were bound. So, that covers up most of the points that you need, or at least gives you an idea as to where you might find these things.
Yeah, I think that's our next destination. We head there right away.
I mean, yeah.
Well, if it's right here.
And you seem very, what's the word? Nonplussed about all this.
No. It's that a lot of it goes over my head. Also, I was assuming that the DM and the player were still talking, so I just wasn't engaging yet.
No.
I understand.
I don't know. I understand. Sven has a lot of emotions going through his head. A lot of anxiety and a bit of fear. Maybe a bit of relief, but it's kind of like it's like when you're planning to move and the date is tomorrow and it's like, shit. Fuck. There's a lot going on, and I think he's just kind of stoic about it. He's nodding his head. So we can go to. I'm sorry, I don't understand a lot of this stuff. It's not really my realm, but we go to Melania's tower, and
Hopefully we get all the rest of the answers we need. We can tear whatever grip it has on your being and free you from this. If that is indeed what you want.
he's hard to read, and he's quiet. He says, I don't know if I have a choice.
Is he hard to read? Maybe. He seems hard to read.
I'm not saying that he's trying to hide his emotions, it's that he has a lot of emotions, and because of that, he's hard to read.
Gotcha. I kind of wanted to do it for fun anyway.
Yeah, he's actually horny.
That tracks for Sven.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know that you don't really... Well... This is a problem that needs to be fixed, but... Truth be honest, I don't know what I'd do if I lost all my magic. Are you,
I don't
be
know
alright?
either. It's not just my magic, it's a lot more than that. We'll see when we get there.
Well, maybe we can get you with a training regiment with Vic or Garugamesh or something.
Perhaps.
Daxis is like trying to like to make the situation less awkward, but yeah, not working.
Yeah, it's not that he's trying to be awkward. It's more that he's thinking to himself and distracted by his own thoughts.
You said it was in a cave, so I assume you weren't bedridden beforehand?
No, I wasn't.
No
was
one
a very
wheeled you
different
down?
person. No.
Okay.
Like I said, we'll talk about it when we get there. I suppose we'll see. In truth, I still am embarrassed, and I'd rather not talk about it, if it can be helped.
All right.
I'm sorry for digging, but sometimes these things can be tricky to get out of.
Yes, I understand. Sven says, not really understanding.
I just don't want to. I want to make sure that this is done properly. Is the only thing.
Right. It's not a big deal. I just look different. I'm not happy with how I looked.
I think I can understand that. Not, I meant, I have felt the same way myself.
I understand, Cormix. I understand.
Okay.
Right. So, what do we need to do? Got a little French there for a second.
Swim up to the Marianan Keep. Do you need some time to collect yourself, or should we head over now?
Should we tell the others?
Where did the others go? I
I
kind of
don't
thought they were here.
Rugamesh, where did you and Vic go?
I went to go get my hair cut.
Hmm.
So I was assuming we were all going to Banner Home, but
I think we changed target to the.
yeah.
Oh, right. Yeah, we did.
Everybody's going together. Is there anything else you want to look up, by the way?
Yes, but I think the things I want to look up, I can wait until after we've dealt with Sven. This is pretty pressing for me.
All right. Anybody else?
How to bind Fey Lord into tiny little bottle or something.
Yeah, if only.
Oh yeah, he's totally gonna let a connection like that happen. Be like, oh sure, just pick up the phone and get sucked into it is like the metaphysical equivalent of what happens. And they're like, damn it.
Find a djinn. Hopefully they have some wishes, and hopefully they're not a jerk-ass genie.
We can only communicate in 6-second videos like in Vine.
Yeah, just trap him in the fucking answering machine.
And cast a thirst trap spell.
Oh no.
All right.
So where is everybody again? Were they?
I think we said we were going to the Banner Home, and then we ended up going to Catapraxy College somehow.
Because I believe that's the one place you're like, oh wait, this is probably knowledge about magic and College of Magic.
I did say that, yeah.
Well, I think Vic was gonna talk to Cyrus at some point, so maybe we can say we took care of that.
Okay. So Vic, you and Hiro, where do you go? Are you going with them or are you going with Vic?
I guess I'll go off with Vic until I go off on my own.
All right. So the three of them, you guys, say goodbye to one another, splitting off at the Imperial Square, with two of you heading north, three of you going east towards Catapraxy College. Vic, you and Gira reach back Banner Home. I don't know how that trip goes. But it goes.
Because the confrontation with Sven was only about an hour after Vic read the paper.
Yeah.
So there's probably still some lingering thought processes floating around.
I don't think Vic ever confronted Garugamesh.
He may have said something along the lines of, "We'll talk about this later."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Garugamesh is probably gonna keep quiet in hopes that Vic forgets about it.
Probably just not going to talk about it for the exact moment.
Do you hear that behind us, Vic?
Hear what?
That elephant in the room? Are we gonna turn around and look at it or just keep walking?
I'm not sure. Is that a dwarven saying?
I think so. I think it might actually be human.
Hmm.
Are there elephants in this universe?
Yeah. Of course there are.
No, we ate them all.
Yeah, Fernix ate them all.
They were too delicious.
So,
I
guys
think we have
reach-
had enough business for one day. Yeah, unpleasant business, that is. We'll deal with it later.
I'm sure there will be a lot of drinking tonight.
so. You guys return to Bannerhome. Sorry, if the conversation wasn't done, I didn't mean to cut that off.
No, we were piddling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now after noon, it's definitely busier. It's kind of odd because like life is just continuing to move on around you, even after everything that you've seen and done this day. Completely unaware of all the shit that's going down. People are caught up with their own little lives, going about their average day. So, you re-enter Bannerhome, finding it busy, noon on a wheels day. Vic, are you going straight to find Cyrus?
I mean, most likely he might stop by his room just to kind of, brush off for a minute, but not wasting too much time.
Gira, what are you doing while you're here?
I'm gonna take a seat until Vic is ready to meet with Cyrus.
Okay. Probably wouldn't be too long. Maybe 10-15 minutes at most.
Something like that.
He meets back up with you a little less covered in viscera than he was previously, and maybe a little more mentally centered. If you're able to, you can ask Gar where Cyrus is, the bartender. And he'll tell you that he's out back in the... they sort of have an exterior, like, practice area, kind of.
Should we go?
Yes, I suppose we should. I don't know if he was intending to talk to just me specifically, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
I can take a step out if needed.
No. Come along. It's good to have an extra set of ears.
Well, with me, I think you're more likely getting an extra mouth than an extra set of ears.
Well, up to you. I don't mind having you there, but perhaps Cyrus will.
It'll be good to get some FaceTime with the boss.
Cool. I guess we head over from there.
Okay. You head out back, and as soon as you go out of the common room, you find that the chapter house isn't nearly as busy as soon as you're out of like the public-facing area. you head back through the rather sizable building and into like a central courtyard. Once again, a banner home, like a lot of very wealthy or well-appointed buildings, is kind of bigger on the inside than it is on the outside. But either way, you reach the double doors out into the quad with the rest of the building running around it, and you find him off to one side doing fencing practice. He seems to favor a well-made, basket-hilted rapier, and seems to move in a style similar to somebody who has practiced at that kind of combat. Graceful and quick rather than powerful and overwhelming.
So we can just give him a minute to finish up his practice.
He nears it, seeming to not, maybe hard to tell whether it's that he doesn't notice you're there or he just pretends that you're not there for a while. But finishes up, moving around the dummy, and finishes it with a one like simple flourish, and sheathes the sword. He reaches up and takes off like the very large hat that he usually wears, looks to the both of you and says, "No problems then?"
Oh,
No.
Captain took over the crime scene, and after a somewhat, we'll say just a conversation with the rest of the group. Seems that, I'm sure you talked to them, but there's clearly some issues that need to be worked out. Hopefully we're taking some steps towards that.
Seems like the woman that you know had a few words before I ever got there. Yeah. I believe a lot of those words landed, so I didn't exactly feel the need to repeat them.
I'd imagine that they probably did.
So, I know exactly haven't been the most present when it comes to mentoring. I have not done it, and to be honest, I was half forced into it by my own mentor. And, well, I wouldn't exactly say I am qualified for half of it.
Only been a few days.
No, and it's been a rather busy few days as well. Especially here in the city. I know there are some rather concerning developments that have happened even while I was just here. So, he like shifts his weight on his boots, perches his wrist upon the hilt of his sword, and says, "I cannot exactly lecture when it comes to choices made. When I was younger, I was a thief, and a maybe not killer for hire, but not much better. Ended up going to the other side eventually, becoming an investigator for the guard in Santala, and was picked up by the Valiers. Spent most of my time in Asori, primarily tomb raiding. Dangerous shit, places where you can get stuck under the sand. My own master, when I started working with him, pushed me down one of these shafts. I will not be doing that
Super
to you,
cool.
because I am not an asshole. I learned from it, of course, and I came out of that with my own magical rope. I will at least say that... What is it you exactly need? The 5 of you. 6 if you are including the cat, the 4-legged one. Even more if you want to include the ones that seem to hang around.
A little bit of extra gold in our pocket would go a long way.
Then I would work on it.
What a Garugamesh answer.
That was a Garugamesh answer. Vic, any insights you have as our de facto leader?
I still don't know that I necessarily like that. But you're asking a question that I think a lot of the people in this group have not fully asked themselves. I don't intend to speak for them, and I've spent a lot of time trying to find my own path. But the reason that we have tried to make some sort of group in difference together is that, in my opinion, at the core, our little posse does want what's best for both ourselves and for the people around us. Maybe not consciously, and there's their first directive, and maybe that's an idea that's foreign to some.
Yes,
I want
maybe.
to think that we want to do good. The exact form of which, yeah, something I hope to find along the way.
That I believe is apt. The five of you, as I have seen so far, do not work very well together. You exist together because you feel the need to, not because you want to. I think most of you do not trust one another. If you go back behind the other person's back, or you do stupid shit, selfish shit. I have lied a little bit. I have been watching as you go off and do your own things, because generally speaking, if you want to find out who someone is, you find out who they are when they think they are not being watched. He
Herbert.
kind of walks over and kind of like does like a circuit around the two of you. I have not exactly looked into anyone's backgrounds because I don't want to say that I don't fucking care. What I mean to say is that it shouldn't fucking matter. Who you once were may impact who you are now, but who you are now is who you choose to be. And if you choose to be a bastard, that is what you choose to be. That was a lesson that took me a very long time to learn. So, let me put it this way. I know you still have outstanding work to do with the fathead that works for this city. I know that at your own pace. I will not impede, although I will keep an eye where necessary. I want to both of you to think, why the fuck are you even here? And what the fuck do you want? And I mean seriously, if you say money, I will stab you. No, I won't stab you, I'll shoot you. Much easier.
You want the? Oh, I'm sorry. Is Ben here?
You're not there.
Oh,
Never mind. Never mind. Never
Yeah,
mind.
I was
I
about
know
to say
my
something
brain.
earlier, and then I was like, oh yeah, we're not there.
I stopped myself. I started talking. And I'm like, hold on.
He starts talking to a wall in the fucking library on the other side of the city.
Like a character that's like not pathed very well. So like you're making eye contact him through like a mile and a half of city.
Have you heard of the High Elves?
Like the camera just swings across the entire city because Sven starts the conversation.
Fucking Bethesda interaction.
Yeah.
Where the eyes are really wide and they just kind of look like they're this the whole fucking time. But anyways, yeah.
Looks like a smushed Ben Shapiro. Look at those obsidian models.
Oh man.
Anyway. I agree. And I don't know how. Well, what form any of those things that we would want to take. At least for myself.
I have ideas about what I want, but I'm not sure if they're the proper and healthy ideas.
Then that gives you more idea than you think. Shows you a place that you know you are weak, and perhaps it would be good to actually address it rather than ignoring it. I will
I
not
know.
judge what anybody has done in the past, even the things that you did earlier today. What matters is what happens going forward. At this moment, I will say that I am taking you on as actual students. When it comes to combat, when it comes to dungeoneering, when it comes to things like that, I'm very much a master. I don't like to say that because that means people expect things from me. But I suppose that is what my own master meant when he told me that I had to do this, and then stopped me from running away.
This is his
Oh.
parole.
Got an ankle bracelet. Has to stay within 600 feet of the Great Crashers, or he goes back to jail.
You will come to me at your own pace. I am not my own master. I will not be taking you on specific challenges and throwing you to the lions. Something tells me that won't work for you. Or it will only reinforce habits that aren't exactly good. But you need to think first about what it is you actually want. Why are any of you even together? Why are you wanting to be part of the society? Is it for self-interested greed? Or is it for some sort of self-betterment? Because I have my guesses, and I don't think they're entirely present. So, I will not belabor the point. When you are ready, whenever that is, I will be here. If not, you are by no means expected to stay, nor would you be punished if you decided you wanted to back out of this. It would be something you would be able to pick up another time. It would not be with me, but it would be with somebody. So, think about it. I'm not here to teach people who do not want to be here. This is not the army, and I am not a drill sergeant. Yes?
Yes, sir.
I understand.
Then, I suppose the rest of the day is yours. I will talk to any of you whenever that is. Don't go killing innocent people, please. It generally doesn't reflect very well on me.
Yes, well, accidents happen, but we'll try and minimize them.
You
Fair
know,
enough.
it's not a problem with you, of course, but I've heard a lot of this "we" being described in reference to some unsavory actions being performed, and I personally don't appreciate it. But well, it was a poor attempt at a joke, but I'll try some other time.
Well, Vic, what you have to understand is that it is we, and if it's not in reference to yourself, then we are all a part of the group and all accountable for each other's actions. As unfortunate as that may be.
And was it we who signed that article for the paper?
Yes, it was we. Maybe not individually within the group, but it's a leader's job to take responsibility.
I'm not your leader.
I think maybe we do need a leader. Someone to keep us in line, direct the group.
I think one of the long-term goals that we can work on is having enough self-control to not do stupid shit despite not having been directly told not to.
That is a good goal.
Maybe we'll start with that. In any case, I imagine they're still finishing up some of the reading, so perhaps we should head down that direction.
Hmm.
We will talk to you at some other time, Cyrus.
Thank you.
Something tells me that I will. My money is on Phoenix coming to me first. And he just steps back, pulls his sword out, and takes up a stance again.
Oh yeah, isn't that obvious, huh?
Guess we head over to the College of Magic. See if they're making any progress.
So, as you guys go back through Bannerhome, you guys get to the other side as you're going to go out onto the commons when you see that there is a dwarven man standing in like a uniform, probably not a soldier, but like like a house guard, almost, kind of. Like, it's very obviously a uniform, but it's not like military. The man meets Vic's eyes and then looks to Garugamesh and then waits. And just waits as you guys walk towards.
Oh, fuck.
Is the Sworn of Azarian?
No.
Okay.
No.
Oh, definitely.
Different armored dwarf.
Yeah, well, not he has armor, but not like plate armor. It's very obvious. It's like a breastplate with like kind of nice-ish looking like clothes that go out over, like a surcoat. It's obviously meant more for like presentation rather than pure combat.
Are there any like coat of arms or identifying features on him?
Yeah.
Is there anything we'd recognize?
Yeah, I think you do. Give me a knowledge local. It ain't a high roll, but maybe you'll roll a 1. That is the sigil belonging to the Dwarven clan Deep Gold, as in the bank.
Hmm.
I mean, Vic doesn't say anything, but he knows it's probably going to be something to do with Garugamesh.
Fuck, I was hoping to get my hair cut before this. I knew some shit was going down, Vic. You gotta talk us out of this.
What? I guess we just keep walking unless he stops us.
He
Yeah.
definitely manages to step in, like he's blocking the doorway, waiting for you to approach. As you guys approach, he does give like a polite like bow, and then stands up and like holds his hands like together like this, and doesn't really like. He looks to Vic, but then he looks to Garugamesh and says, "Outside, you will find the carriage waiting for you."
Excuse me, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. What's your name?
I'm called Rookwood. I'm just a house guard. Spend most of my time working with the bank. Your brother wishes to speak with you.
Hmm. Vic, do you have time for this?
This actually would be a private matter, family only.
No. Vic is Vic is kind of like family. We've got an interesting working relationship, so to speak.
Kind of like furrowing his eyebrows and looking at Gurugame.
I'm gonna use bluff. I'm gonna go for a bluff. We'll say Garugamesh is kind of flustered.
I do think the master is not in the mood for games today, sir.
Well, I was actually on the way to get a haircut, and that's not. I can't roll bluff on that because that's not actually a lie.
I'm quite certain your barber will surely wait.
Surely will. Surely will. Is my barber's name. And I guess I'll get into the carriage.
Don't call me Shirley.
You exit down into the street where there is a rather fine carriage sitting across the road.
I do put on the hat of disguise, and I do make myself look ostentatiously presentable.
Sure.
Whatever that your meaning of that oxymoron is.
Whatever Vic thinks it is, I'm gonna give it to him.
Let's see. I would say that on the very lowest layer, it looks like a typical, noble's robes and just like some fine silks and that sort of thing. But all of the sleeves and the shoulders and anywhere that there's enough room for movement are like large, like ruffled puffs, approximately the size of a tire.
Liberace, but gayer.
Yeah, so they're constantly. I would imagine it would have well. I don't think there's any sound because of the hat of disguise. But if there were sound, it would sound like you're wearing some like canvas pants and just constantly like swishing them together. So whenever he's walking, it would be extremely loud and annoying and point him out immediately.
Can we say I have like one of those like beret caps with like a really long feather too?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's got a really large hat with a giant feather in it.
There is another dwarven guard standing, like holding the door open for you. And as you part, the one who met the two of you turns to Vic and like bows again before following after you. The two of them wait, obviously, for you to enter. The one who is holding the door open closes it and climbs back up into the driver's seat, whereas the one who met you steps up onto the wheel and then climbs up to a stand on the back and then holds on. The driver then takes up the reins and begins to move the carriage along. Vic, how do you take this?
I'd say there's probably about 10 seconds of the equivalent of like dial-up sounds, except like slightly more annoyed. What the fuck? And then he just kind of shakes his head and keeps walking. Well, hopefully he knows why we're meeting.
So, Gurugamesh, you climbed up into the carriage and you see your brother sitting back towards the rear of the carriage, like in the far corner. He looks to you and he's sitting like I am, like this. The door is closed behind you, and as soon as like you feel the carriage rock as the two guards climb up, he sighs and then says, "What the fuck?"
You're gonna have to be more specific. There's a lot that could refer to.
No, he's not wrong, actually.
Sits forward, leans forward to like a briefcase, and like pulls open the top, pulls out a paper, and then throws it at you. Like it's rolled up, like and then held with a string, just throws at you.
Do I know this to be the newspaper?
It's very obvious.
Oh, this. Well, if you look, I didn't write the article.
He kind of leans forward and says, "You barely changed your name. And do not try and tell me that aggrandizement, that ego fluffing, didn't come from you. Look me in the eyes and swear on our father's name that wasn't you."
Alright, it was me. And yeah, I didn't think maybe the name change is a bit of an insult, but I wrote the piece for matters completely unrelated to the family.
I would assume so.
I
How
think you
long
know
has it
my.
been? What, 4, 5 years?
I think it's gonna be 5 in October.
Yeah. Not a word. Not a hello. Not a postcard. Nothing.
Been rather busy.
So have we. Spent a lot of time down here in the Empire, have you?
I'm trying to make my way for myself.
Kind of a
Kind
great
of.
way to do it. Leave everything behind you in shambles.
I have to earn something for once. Can't have it given to me.
That isn't really the problem here, Gelga. You fucking know it.
Alright, maybe I want to have my cake and eat it too. But am I so wrong for that?
It is when other people depend on you. You myopic shit.
Well, I always assumed things would be fine. Dad could take care of things in my absence, and if not, there's you and the other siblings, and of course, our older sister. It couldn't possibly be that bad, unless you just want to come out and say you missed me.
Egil isn't doing great.
Sorry, what was that?
Egil, your father.
Oh, yeah.
He never wanted it. Grandpa wasn't going to take it up again, although something tells me, hey, why not? He's going to have to move behind the scenes, mover, shaker, that kind of horse shit. After leadership was vacated, the knives came out. Every single other house in the Twin Cities started moving. It took a lot of money. A lot of money, a lot of politicking, a lot of backroom deals, and a lot of backstabbing in order to secure what we barely were able to hold on to with our fingernails. The bank here is the only one outside of this dwarven skyholes left. We had to sell half of it off to pay off the debt.
I didn't realize things had gotten so bad.
No, I really didn't think you would. Because that's
All that.
that's not part of your world. Your world ends at the end of your nose. And now here you are, 5 years later, we've stabilized the business, managed to keep our hold on the reins of power, tenuous as that might be. You come into the one city where we still have business dealings, even as we're working to hopefully open up another branch in Oxnaburg. How long have you even been here? A few weeks?
I think maybe a few days. I've never been good at
Days.
keeping track of things like that.
Days. Days, he says. You are in the city for days. And your name is in the broadsheet. Attached to this. Thank the gods above that you didn't put our name after yours.
Well, why would I? I'm trying to distance myself from that.
Thank Tai Khan for that. because I don't think we could rebuild it again. Comes out that scion of a fucking... How much
I
of it
don't know.
was even true? Just give me that. How much of it was even true?
Most of it if you change Pigfolk to Lunar Guard.
You had the hell beaten out of you by the Lunar Guard.
Yeah. Yeah, I did.
Do I need to send... Do I need to send my lawyers over to City Hall? Is this something that the family's gonna have to smooth over again?
I don't think so. I don't think it should come up. As far as anyone in the city is concerned, I'm not even related to you.
Right.
You might want to send someone just in case. I'm pretty sure one of my compatriots, Sven, if you've met him.
Stop. Just... Stop. How old are you now? I'm not great at keeping up with birthdays.
72. And still kicking.
You know, a part of me hoped. Part of me. That, hey, maybe the world kicked you in the dick. Maybe it made you grow up. Maybe it made you realize that when you act on the behalf of others, when you have a name and you put that name in front of the whole fucking world to see, that maybe, just maybe, you'd realize that the world doesn't begin and end with you.
Yeah. Really starting to feel that today. I've pissed off a lot of people that I care about, and no offense, I'm not necessarily including... Well, I mean, I care about you, but when I'm talking about what's happened today, I'm not...
I get it. Don't belabor the point.
But it's easier to say that you've changed than to actually change.
Yeah.
So I don't want any credit for that. Not that I'm going to get it from you, I suppose.
No. I'm just the numbers guy.
Yeah, never was good with those. But hey, that's why you're here in the esteemed Bank of Deep Gold in Lunabrook while I'm playing hero down in the slums.
I'm gonna have some paperwork drawn up. Whenever you have time, swing by the bank. You can sign it. It'll be a legal abdication. You will have no claim. It will go to Mina. Gods know that she's the one that actually fucking deserves it, considering she's the one that had to cut a lot of the deals to keep everything afloat. To keep the rune scribes from taking power.
Yeah, well, I'll have to think about that. I'm not, well, you know me, I'm not one to let go of my gold so easily.
You don't seem to understand this. Father has already been sitting on the throne now for as long as you decided to go gallivanting around acting like a self-interested jackass. It's killing him, slowly. Grandfather, I cannot believe, is still alive. And it would be a real good thing if you were to send him a letter. Just saying. In that time, though, the reputational damage, let alone the financial and political damage done by it, is incalculable. It took 3 years for us to stabilize everything, which I realize for our people isn't a long time, but out here among the humans, that means kings and queens die, and we have to sign new alliances. We have to keep moving pieces around on the chessboard. Something I'm only good at when it comes to keeping the money flowing. It was always Mina. God's bless her for keeping everything together. And your mother, too.
I haven't thought about Mom in some time.
No, I didn't think you did. Of all the cruelties.
I thought I'd find myself on this journey, but it seems I've only lost myself more.
Seems you found yourself under the dozen souls of Lunar Guard boots. But hey, at least you are somehow now attached to the Valier Society. Hope you're not pissing that away too.
No. Under boots and in the Valley Societies. Arguably not even the worst place I've been. Fell down a 60, 70 foot shaft and into the basement of a vampire. Which was probably not one of my finer moments. But it's been interesting. If you're ever able to pull yourself away from the books, we could go on one hell of an adventure.
And where would that leave the family? One son already going off. Second going with him?
Oh, I just meant a vacations. I know you
More
don't get many
doable.
of those.
Sure. I don't know. I don't know what I expected, really.
Are things really that bad?
I want to say that deep down, in the cold cockles of my heart, that maybe I hoped, oh, maybe the real world is shaking his tree, you know? Maybe he's grown up a little bit. And the eldest brother he was supposed to be, that for some fucking reason our father and grandfather apparently decided they wanted to be the one to hand the laurel to.
Well, I think you and I both learned at this point.
That you'll never change.
They'll never change, and sometimes I struggle to do the right thing. Well, maybe not sometimes, but a good deal of the time. Majority. I feel like I've been making good decisions sometimes, more frequently. And I hope to get to a place where I could come back and take back the throne. But I don't know that I could ever get there and even have a clan to come back to. So I do think Mina might be the best option.
Maybe. You have to think to yourself, why? What would make you even worthy of that? Why? Why do you want it? Was it just because Grandpa said you should?
I think so. You know, there's a certain narcissistic satisfaction that comes with leading the clan. And if I came out here, attained wealth, status, influence, power, and I could bring that back, all to the clan, we'd be the most powerful clan in all of the Sky Holds. But here I am 5 years later, having attained none of it.
5 years is short for dwarves, as long as we don't do something stupid. But I don't know exactly what you could do to possibly bring us higher than the Golden Shields. The Scions of Vodus claim Ballaloom.
Well, I've always been good at bringing walls down and taller people than I am. I don't think the Golden Shields stand a chance as soon as I walk through their door.
Yeah, we'll see.
Not that I'm picking a fight or anything. I'd rather get to the top by building us up than tearing them down. But I have to admit, this has been a bit of a fool's journey. But I don't think I'm ready to give it up yet.
Cool. I'm gonna have the solicitors draw up the paperwork. It's gonna take a few days. Legally speaking, I cannot force you. On our family's honor, I can't force you. But I really need you to think. What is the best for the family? What is the best for the Skyholds? What is the best for our business? What is best for society at large? If you think, for whatever reason, that you should have a claim to it, why?
I know birthright's not a good answer. And I thought maybe I could come out here and legitimize my claim.
By fighting under a fake name? By getting the hell beat out of you by the local guards? By, from what my guards tell me, causing some tensions in some of the certain boroughs.
Yeah, that wasn't intentional. Please don't think that of me.
Oh, I won't tell Mina. I won't tell Dad. I won't tell Grandpa. That's something, if you want to own up to it, you tell them.
I won't deny that I caused it, but it was never my intention.
I don't think the world cares about intentions. The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Well, I'm walking that road right now. But you can tell Grandpa, Mom, Dad, Mina, anything. And I put it all out there for the world to see anyways. Never been that ashamed of it.
Yeah. Thought I had more to say, really, but I don't think I do. I'm tired. You know, in the years that I've been running the bank here in the city, we've been robbed twice.
Town like this, I can believe it.
An attempt the second time. The first one was partially successful.
You happen to catch a description?
No. Too many people, too many moving parts. Wouldn't be shocked if it was attached to one of the local gangs. Who the hell knows?
Yeah.
At least you're alive. I can tell Mom that.
No, don't tell her. I'll write her myself.
Probably be for the best. Where do you need to go? I'll have the men drop you off.
I was looking for a barber shop in either North Lunabrook or Hollow Vale. If you know of a good one, drop me there.
Yeah, I do. And he, like, leans forward, like, bangs on the door, and then calls out where to go. He then leans back and pulls, like, a part of the seat down, revealing, like, a bar, like a really small bar. Pulls out a couple glasses, pours a finger of bourbon into both, and hands you one.
Despite my frugal lifestyle, my sensibilities still haven't changed. And I take a sip of the bourbon.
Well, you'll have to go up by your own. This is the last the family will give you.
Oh, I'm sure I can afford the bourbon, but I do have something for you. And then I reach into my coat pocket and I produce a ruby ring for him. And it's a pretty good one. I don't technically have one, but for roleplay purposes, let's say I do.
Sure, I'll let you wash it this time. You have to pay for it now, though.
Okay. I guess we'll say 500 gold.
Sure.
Actually, I think I might have something. No, I don't.
I would
Yeah.
assume that this would be something that you yourself would have made.
Yeah.
He takes it and says, "And whose corpse did you get this off of?"
Hard to remember, but I did reshape that. That is my own work. Been trying to make a name for myself making jewelry. I miss the gold and the skyhold. So
You can tell, like, his expression seems to soften a bit as he, like, finishes the glass and, like, puts the empty one down and says, "Why can't you be more like this?"
I've got that streak in me, brother. It's just not as exciting.
It's fun when we were kids.
I never really outgrew it, but sometimes I still miss Inkle Dude, if you remember him.
No, I don't.
For the better.
Eventually, the carriage does reach where it's going, and you feel like the carriage move as people climb down and then the door opens. Edrumar sits back and says, "Then I suppose I'll be seeing you sometime later. Whenever that is, however that is."
Yeah. Even on bad terms, I do think we should share a meal.
Yeah. I can send the carriage around to bring you to the house. If, yeah.
At your convenience. Of
Maybe
course.
tomorrow evening. Maybe.
I'll send a rain check to the bank if I'm not going to be available. My party is currently working on solving the Shiver situation, if you've taken notice of what's going on in Old Lunabrook.
Yeah, sure, yeah.
Do you happen to know anything about that?
We try to stay out of the neighborhood.
Imagine that's not your clientele.
No. Drug dealers, no.
If you know of any shady business that needs investigating, be sure to give me a jangle, because right now, that and jewelry is my specialty.
Sorry, just a second. Okay. He is 100% keeping something from you.
Really?
Edrumar is never a great liar. He's much too straight-laced and, honorable.
Yeah, I figured there was some sort of shady dealings with the bank. But I won't press him now, because I feel that would be rude.
Before you get out, though, he says, just try not to make things worse.
Well, under the name Garugamesh, things won't be any worse for the bank. That's why I picked it.
Whole letter. Then I'll see you whenever we see one another.
See ya, Edrumar. And I give him a wave from
Yourself a
behind.
lot, Gil.
Yeah, I'll try to. You know me. I always get back up.
One reason or another.
For better or worse, some might say.
He, sits back and the driver closes the door. He turns, the driver turns towards you, gives another bow, and then climbs back up into the driver's seat to keep moving.
Thank you.
He watches the carriage just moves down the main thoroughfare going southwest towards the Grand Temple of Nocturne, and yeah. Time moves kind of weird.
If we want to skip past the haircut, I was gonna say I was gonna go for like a clean beard trim where there's no fraying hairs, and then an old money style haircut.
Sure. It'll cost you half a gold, and
Sure.
Vic, you arrive at Catabraxi College probably about the time that they're getting somewhat through doing their research. So you're able to pitch in for that if you're of interest, and they can bring you up to speed on what they've learned.
Yeah, I mean,
We do.
yeah, I mean, he'd probably help out with some of the research if he was getting there in time, but I don't think. I assume that's not going to be anything that would need a roll at this point.
No. All right.
You're muted, Joel.
We were just heading towards the Marianen Keep.
Good.
We think that what we're looking for to help Sven is there.
Like gives a slow nod.
Sounds good. We had a conversation with Cyrus.
Oh.
I'll save you the soul searching part and say, well, we need to pick a direction. Find out what we actually want. Easier said than done, of course. But there's no point in us continuing in this journey together if we're not going to work together. And if we're going to work together, we're going to need goals that align. More than just a sense of justice or curiosity in the effects that we've already seen.
That's true.
Yeah.
I did want to talk about it at some point. It would now be good, or well, maybe it.
Did Cyrus want to hear a united answer?
I don't think he was looking for an answer, necessarily. More telling us that we need to have one. Not that he specifically needs it.
We don't all need to have precisely the same goal in mind, but yes, it does behoove one another to pick a common destination so that we can avoid situations such as the last couple of days.
Yes, I'm hoping that,
well, I'm
hoping people
sorry
have figured
that
things out.
yes, I feel as though I've been slow to do that myself. And it's not as though, well, anyone here has done anything to put me off. Even your current situation, Sven, I've dealt with literally screaming lunatics before, so believe me when I say some of this has been unpleasant, but it's hardly miscolored my perception of you, or at least I would like to think so.
I appreciate that, at least in some small amounts.
Right. But I suppose at some point I've gotten my cart before my horse. Not that I would put Corsimos through that, but it's come to my attention that I have a bit of a overzealous. I don't tend to
Get
I
it
tend
out,
to treat
Phalanx.
symptoms rather than the sources of things. I'm used to being basically just a nurse to come and tell you that everything's going to be okay while your head rots off from potato famine or something.
And you'd
It's,
prefer to be something more? I could grant you this power. No, I don't say that.
Yes.
I feel like you should lose an inspiration point every time you say, no, I don't actually say that.
Look,
Yeah,
I'm
I think so
sorry for
too.
trying to be funny.
It-
I'm sorry for trying to be funny, you guys. I didn't know that was such a crime.
It is actually.
Yeah, I'm glad you realized it now.
Yeah.
Thank you for your apology.
It was easier for me in the past with the solitary nature of things to just sort of deal with everyone's problems and then write them off. But that's not what's been going on, and I've been rather slow to adapt. I admit I'm still partly stuck in the part of my life where I've been for the last 20 years, so I feel as though I should have said something earlier on a great many things.
I
And
so,
sympathize in some way.
Mhm.
It's difficult to progress when you feel comfortable.
Mhm.
For a lot of people, at least.
Right. And it's not as though around any of you specifically I had felt uncomfortable. It's more like people in general seem to rub me the wrong way. So, which is obviously something that I'm trying to overcome.
No, I don't blame you for that. People are shit.
Yes. But as I said earlier, there have been some rather hairy moments. Not that I have an issue with anyone with, hair.
Definitely not jealous.
Not just looking at the hair growth formula that's sitting in his bag, just like right. But there are a lot of different ways that things could have gone. There's no sense in bemoaning what's done being done. In fact, it's probably better that there wasn't more fallout and more dead bodies at the end of the day. It's really something where I feel as though I should have the whole time been saying, well, we can take responsibility for what's happened, but it's not as though it's not as though I can give you a percentage of how responsible you were or weren't for a certain thing. And especially with the way things happened last night, there was only so much we could really do. So it's not as though anything happening after that point I would have written off completely. I've heard of people going into complete psychotic breaks after fights that are particularly strenuous. So it's good that we made it all out still. And
Cool.
I hated it more than anyone, because all those people probably didn't even want to be there. And now they're not anywhere.
Right. Well, should we be making our way to the tower? It's getting a
Out of
little bit.
character, I assumed we were walking.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Walk
Yeah.
talk.
Bit of a walk.
Right.
I assume we'll walk past a
But-
handful of barber shops on the way there, maybe.
Yeah.
See Gilgamesh at some point.
Yeah,
It's possible.
and for your situation as well, Sven, I didn't want to seem as though I was, if it's something that you're dealing with, I think it should be between us, and I was hoping to have worked things out before we needed to explain anything.
What do you mean to work things out?
Well, it was evident that this connection was going to need to be severed at some point.
I thought that's what we were going to do.
Right. I just didn't know when would be the best.
Out of game, I thought we already talked about this stuff.
Right, but not with the others.
Oh, he kind of looks awkwardly to the others. I suppose. I forget what they don't know. Is there anything they don't know?
Oh, no.
Yeah. We
I share with them
Wait.
everything that's been said.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to
Yeah,
share
yeah.
it again for Gilgamesh.
I'm gonna say that, like, as you guys are getting, like, you're leaving, you're, like, going up the street, like, out of Highland Terrace, and, like, Gilgamesh is coming the other way, like, freshly shorn and looking at the ground, like, oh my god.
Oh, hey, y'all.
Gilgamesh, you look like you didn't get a haircut.
You're right. I didn't get a haircut. I got a few hairs cut.
Hmm.
You look too put together.
Yeah. Well. Thanks.
Still wearing the puffy
You-
cotton balls outfit.
Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah.
Liberace's gayer brother.
Yeah, what's with
Doesn't
That
even need the ring of
just-
feather falling now.
just you wearing that makes me want to punch you again.
Go for it. I'm in the mood. Hit me, Daxius.
Well, no, I'm not gonna.
that's
what?
not.
Do it.
Well, now that you want to get a hit, now I just feel sad for you. What happened? Well,
moved
what's
it.
with this getup?
I punched Daxius.
That hits.
Fucking
I know-
fight
I
me,
know-
coward.
I know the
Oh.
throwing them in the river joke was from last session, but we might need to revive it.
I guess I will punch back.
It is, and I believe his, is your attack technically non-lethal? Like, you don't inflict lethal damage using unarmed?
I'm not trying to, so I guess that's a
So-
-4.
No, so
Yeah,
no.
don't hit.
The way unarmed works, the only reason I was dealing lethal damage
No,
is because I had the
I
goggles on.
understand that, but Barbarian...
Barbarian doesn't get improved unarmed.
See, one would assume that, but then again, he can bite and scratch, and some of that qualifies as being lethal damage, so I wanted to make sure that that didn't somehow qualify to, oh, I just curl my fingers a little bit, and suddenly it's non-lethal.
Oh, it doesn't hit either way. I fucking go to deck him in the face, and once again, it's like, oh, fuck, like a face of stone I just hit.
Just-
I
Dwarven
cla-
crane style.
I clapped him on the shoulder. It was a good effort, Daxius. I've just had a rough afternoon and a rough day. It's been pretty shitty for me today, just to be perfectly frank. I thought maybe the physical pain would take away the mental anguish I feel inside myself, but instead I will just write dark poetry.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
I just look really like sullen all of a sudden now that Gilgamesh just kind of semi-poured his heart out, like, oh.
Anyways, where are y'all going?
Oh, yes, about the tower. But I
Yes.
re-go over. I recap the last 15 minutes of conversation, basically.
Okay. That makes sense to me.
Yes.
Sense motive doesn't make sense to him.
You know the answer to that question.
Yeah, I know. I don't need to roll.
Oh my gosh.
So,
As we
yeah,
begin
you-
walking
There you go,
again,
friendly.
I'm just gonna just pat Grimesh on the shoulder. We can talk about it if you want later, but I think it's been a shit day for everyone.
Yeah. And plus, if you bottle it up, it makes for really good creative juice later.
Creative who?
He's
I fucking was
actually
waiting
not
for
wrong
it.
about that,
so,
but it's still not healthy.
Actually, yeah, I've actually some of the best start pieces I've made have been
so,
drunk and angry.
you guys
Drank.
cross through.
I was just gonna make a drunken angry Daxius all the time joke, but we can move on.
Yeah, I think yeah.
You're able to move through the city. You're getting into the middle of the afternoon, and now it feels like it's been a real long time since you guys did the stuff you did earlier today. Once you get into the trail leading up to the Marianan Keep, the tower looms above, like almost infinitely tall. Like that's how it looks. And by the time you reach the top, the sounds of the city have basically faded away. You can still see, like, out over the entire city. You're on one of the three hills of Lunabrook, one of the three highest places in the city. And as you get near to the large gate looming over the end of the trail, it is weirdly quiet and peaceful, and also pretty, like, cool here, like, temperature-wise.
No, it's pretty awesome here. Sorry. Bad joke.
So, yeah. Who's leading this? Well, don't all jump at
I
once.
guess.
You know,
I mean, we're going in.
We're going in, boys.
so just out of curiosity, how do these spirals work exactly? Like, could we actually cut through the woods?
No, it's
To
pretty.
get-
I mean, you could if you really wanted to, but it's pretty steep.
It's like I kind of want to do it just out of spite, rather than walk 6 miles to move 100 feet. But that might be out of character, me talking.
A lot of it is pretty fucking steep. Like you wouldn't want to climb it. You'd actually have to like climb, not just walk. So, whoever's leading the fray, you go over and like try to open the door, and then find that it is closed, like closed.
Yeah.
Well,
I just take a peek at the bolt real quick. No, probably better save the weapon in case it's needed later.
so,
Yeah, just in clear view. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Bam, bam, bam. Nah.
I feel like there's no possible way that breaking into an ancient wizard tower could go poorly.
Oh, no way at all.
It's not a concern for me.
either way,
Gilgamesh is not concerned about anything.
you pull at the door, and it kind of gives like a bit of a thunder. And then I guess I would assume somebody knocks.
Yeah, I knock on the door.
We just leave.
It like goes really quiet, and then like one of the doors starts like opening very slowly inwards. On the other side, you see, well, basically what you expect to see. The tower up on the right and the central large keep. But there are a few other buildings which weren't nearly as visible from outside of the walls. The stoneworking which runs up to the building, both the tower and like the more square keep, are transferred over into like red brick. And there are two people like standing pretty near to the door, like wearing wizard's robes. Both seem to be relatively younger, a woman and a man. The male is probably half elven, and the woman is most likely human. They, the way they look at you seems to be expectant.
I just give them a slight nod and look over to the rest of the group.
I stretch out. Sorry, go on.
We're here to consult.
I thought you were gonna say conspire. We're here to conspire.
Yes, we're at a tap for 1 mana of our color.
Hey.
We'll
Yeah,
say for
I'm-
the purposes of being here, I'm gonna actually be in my normal kitsune form, no mask or anything. Just
Okay.
I reach out my hand to shake theirs. We're really big fans of wizards.
The two of them just sort of like
Aim for your autograph.
gesture like towards the left and say, "Mr. Mercado is expecting you."
Thank you.
Yeah?
How do you know we were coming?
Well, Mr.
They're
Mercado
wizards.
is perhaps one of the greatest wizards of his time. He knows what he needs to know.
I suppose that's fair.
Suppose he also knows how annoying this walk-up is.
Can you teleport?
they
Mr.
probably can
Mercado
teleport.
absolutely can. And either
That's
way,
crazy.
the walk is to deter individuals from coming up here without any real reason. This is a place of learning and study, after all. And a very exclusive one at that. So, they both gesture over
Exclusivity is
towards
the
the
privilege of the
tower.
learned.
Sorry, say again?
Exclusivity is the privilege of the learned.
Exclusivity is the privilege of those who actually want to seek knowledge and are willing to put up the effort in order to attain it. There are no shortcuts here. Shortcuts lead to death.
There are plenty of other things that lead to death.
That is certainly one philosophy.
With magic, there are fates worse than death. So,
What I was implying.
he'll be waiting for you at the top. All you need go is to the central room, which is a elevator of sorts, and it will see you to where you need to go.
Fantastic. Well, let's be off then.
Mhm.
As you said, it's quite the trek.
The one student like closes the door, like clicking a hand, and the whole thing just swings shut. And then the two of them turn and start going back towards the keep. Like they're not walking with you. They expect that you know how to get to where you tell you need to go.
As soon as we're out of earshot, fucking wizards.
Oh my god, I'm so
How the
glad
fuck
someone
do
else
they
agrees.
work?
I can't stand them.
I'll tell you what, an 80-year-old man has toned calves. Campus like this is why.
Yeah, probably.
So,
Cast spider climb.
the two large doors that lead into the tower lead into a sizable room off which there are doors that definitely shouldn't lead anywhere. But they do, because magic. In the very center, though, there is like two doors that lead into a smaller room that is like labeled as lift. As you guys enter,
Yes.
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I just gesture at the lift, and I'm like, there we are. I believe there's only a 5% chance that it just spontaneously fails. Oh no, wait, they fixed that.
So,
You guys go in and you find that it is a bare room. It's painted on the inside the same kind of off-white color as a lot of the other walls have been here in the interior. And once you step inside, the doors close behind you. Feel a little bit of energy, and then nothing. The doors then open, revealing a different floor. Most likely very, very much closer to the top, considering that there is a window across the small hallway looking down probably from a solid 20 or 30 stories up.
I'm surprised he didn't float us up.
I'm just glancing around For nothing in particular, aka scrying sensors.
This is quite the strange building.
Yeah, they like to make them not linear.
Wonder how hard that makes it to get in from the outside. If you know what I'm talking about, Dax. You just wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Well, I've never broken into a wizard's tower before. That's kind of a death sentence.
Yeah.
Not that
well,
suicidal.
Yeah, it is.
But what if that's just what they want you to think, and then they cheapen out and then don't?
Exactly.
Sven, this has a tower that the closer you get to it, the bigger it looks. And you think it's a good idea that maybe someone should rub it? Even
Well,
theoretically?
not a good idea. This is
I
just
did
a for
not
instance.
say. I didn't say that. I was just proposing that perhaps that's how it is.
Well, whoever tried that is probably either 10 feet under or in jail.
Jail.
Probably
If you-
missing a few limbs.
I
Quite
would
like
say.
I would assume they were soul-bound to the walls of the tower itself.
Oh yeah, that's another fate.
I heard a legend that a
Understand.
brick used in a wizard's tower is a person who pissed off the wizard.
Yeah.
Not unheard of, but that would be very intensive, labor-wise.
You guys are just standing in the elevator, talking about robbing a wizard's tower in the middle of a wizard's tower.
Yeah.
No. It's a
Eerie
for
crowd.
instance. It's a
I
for
just keep-
instance.
Looking around and,
It's like
seeing
saying
if they are
what
paying
would-
attention to us.
What would you do
Yeah.
if a murderer came through the door, right? Yeah, it's just a hypothetical, like, what if, you know?
It's like saying you
What would
do
this guy
something
do if
heinous.
5 murderers came through his door?
Yeah.
What if someone broke into my house that I purposely left all the doors open in, and then I, quote unquote, did some stuff to them in Minecraft? Right?
Farnex, is this elevator there yet?
No, it's already deposited you out. You're just standing in the elevator on the floor. You're
Oh,
supposed
Press
to
the
go to
button. I press the
talking.
button so we go back down.
Yes.
There are no
Please
buttons.
get me away.
Yeah,
So you're just
We should-
looking out the window, like standing. You've been standing there for like 30 to 60 seconds, just talking, waiting for you to exit.
Well, we are not good at committing to a task. We should get moving.
Yes, we should.
If only someone had a conversation with me about that exact problem earlier today.
So, you exit out and find that the hallway only goes off to one side, kind of winding up, maybe going up another story or so, but giving a nice view out over the city in every single direction. At the top, it reaches a floor across which 2 large doors, ornate, dark wood, with magic symbols running up and along the archway, with a solid large gemstone set in the keystone up top. The doors are slightly open, giving you a view of a large living workspace inside. Obviously significantly larger than the dimensions of the building should allow, with a large wall of windows on the other side. It is very finely appointed. Some of the most expensive furniture and machinery and walls of books filled with who the hell knows what that any of you have most likely ever seen in your entire lives. Well, are you going to stand there, or are you going to come in? I know you people have
Nick.
problems with, commitment, but, well,
I
making
propose
sure
to
you had your traps disarmed first.
Did somebody
Wouldn't
say
want to
traps?
forget about any
Oh, God.
symbols of death.
if I wanted you dead, I would have done it long before you came into the city. Now stop playing games. I'm too old for it.
Are you really as powerful as they say?
We literally said he could kill us if he wanted to. I think I would believe him.
I say lots of things that may
This
or may
is
not be.
true.
Yes.
Other than that, he just waits.
Mhm.
And the voice is male, by the way. Male, deep, probably baritone. and does not sound elderly.
Suppose I'll
I
walk in.
Yeah.
They're not here for me. I feel no reason to step forward. You go ahead.
Who goes inside?
Everyone.
I'll go inside.
Yeah.
I
In
go
fact,
inside.
Gurumesh will walk in first.
Mm-mm. I walk in first.
Sven and I are shoving past each other.
Yeah,
I pick
that tracks.
Rugamesh up and throw him out the
That
window.
checks.
So,
You know what? It's due to all of the civil unrest I caused this morning. Sven, why don't you go ahead? I think you've earned it.
Is that supposed to be?
I'm just.
Vic has already
I'm
walked
just gonna
in
go
by this
forward,
point.
Yeah.
Probably about 10 minutes ago.
yeah,
What's this-
I'm assuming Vic and Phoenix have already gone ahead, and the three of them are just arguing with each other in the fucking foyer.
I'm tired
this
of
guy-
waiting to be last, so I'm going forward.
What is this guy's name again?
Aurelio Mercader. The one that you
Would I-
spelled really, really incorrectly.
Oh
Oh yeah.
I think we do that with most of your
Would I-
names.
You do.
Would I call him Mercader then, like Mr. Mercader?
Yeah, Mercader is the surname.
Mercata?
So,
Wise Mercader, we've come for your, well, knowledge, I suppose. We have a query that is quite fey and escapes some of our investigations, and we were hoping to learn some from you.
you enter into the room, and as soon as everyone is in, the doors do kind of like softly shut behind you. You watch as a man comes around a corner, probably appears to be around the age of 30 or 40, solid, like, long blonde hair, parted mostly at the center, kind of cut short, but like frilled, glowing white eyes, very obvious in his Asimir heritage. He's light of skin, he's well dressed with like his shirt kind of open down to like his mid chest. He looks like some wealthy fop that you would meet, not a powerful archmage.
Ugh.
He turns towards you all and says, "Well, I don't know what I expected, but, well, I never know what to expect, really. So, no, what you're dealing with is not a fae. It's something a little worse than that.
Oh.
Something of a different plane.
Something like that. Although where it comes from, I don't believe exactly is a plane so much as a place out there.
Is it a
Please.
demon?
Make yourself at home, have something to drink. Don't worry about damaging anything. You can't, really. And please don't try. I do have the
I start
abilities of
stabbing
a
Gilgamesh.
sizable Jinni, and I could most likely wish you out of existence."
Like
As
you
soon as
read
he
my
said
mind.
don't, as soon as he said you can't damage anything, everyone looks at Gilgamesh immediately.
Yeah.
I was
That's
about
what
to say.
I say I start stabbing Gilgamesh.
Oh, I said things, not people. You can surely kill him.
You said it.
see.
You have to roll for it.
So,
No.
Surely your tea's not going to turn my insides inside out, is it?
unless I wanted to. Why, do you want to? Would you prefer that?
No, I would actually like some tea. The walk was quite grueling.
He, like, gestures to the side, moves his hands, and from, like, off around a bookshelf, like a tea tray, floats over to a, like, table in the center of the room. Tray, pot, several glasses, saucers for milk, sugar, honey. Steam wafts up through the kettle spout.
I just take out my 18-inch stein, pour some in black, and just start drinking it.
So,
Sven doesn't drink any of it.
he turns, walks over towards a large desk nearer to the back of the room. There he pulls up a tome, about, honestly, pretty fucking big. Moves over, puts it down onto the table, opens it up, turns it around, and pushes it across to the edge nearest all of you. Then turns around, puts his hands together, and just kind of walks towards the window to look out. From what I understand,
Thank you.
one of my previous masters, the one who named this tower, dealt with creatures like these. I believe the most common term is protean.
Oh, good.
Sven looks
Aren't
to
those-
Fernix,
those
who clearly
things that-
recognized the word.
Those are those things
It's,
that like are squiggles in your brain, right, and like build up on the inside.
No, that's another
Different
thing that
IP.
you probably made up.
Prions? Is that what he said?
Fuck is a Tryon?
No,
Protean.
protean is a
Triangle?
shape-shifting serpentine, remnant of one of the early stages of the universe.
Oh my god, we're already getting
Oh.
off topic.
I see somebody actually
They're,
knows something. Very good.
Yes. They're aspects of primal chaos that could reasonably appear as just about anything. And probably do it just to fuck with you. It's entirely possible that it could have just done that.
Huh.
So you're saying that my source of power is from myself? That I didn't need to believe in someone else? That's how Sven starts having a Disney realization.
Well, perhaps that would have been a realization to come to when you were much younger, but however, no, unfortunately, the magical abilities that you have were granted to you by a deal that you struck with something that isn't exactly of the world and isn't really exactly of any real world.
Oh,
Oh, is this one of those astral motherfuckers? The
Eh,
astral sea.
not exactly, but not exactly no.
Oh
If
god,
you
that's
could
a
imagine
worse
it-
answer than I was expecting.
If you could imagine it being completely oppositely aligned from order, that would be where the proteans usually occupy.
Great.
From what my original master said, this one was rather angry and seemed to like having the power and influence that it had over that part of Valor. And well, when the Zardom decided that they wanted to put it into the ground, she took that request literally. So, of course, that didn't exactly stop anybody from perhaps interacting with it, which I suppose is why the catfolk is here to speak with me. So, in that book, to the pages that I've turned, you'll find a few things that you'll need. If it truly is what you want to get rid of, you can copy them, no problem, but unfortunately that book will not be able to leave this tower, as it was a
Okay.
remnant of Mariana herself. It's sort of inextricably stuck here.
Start taking out the ink and quill and everything.
Pull out some paper for you, Fernix.
The summoning ritual and diagrams are laid out there, as they are primarily a reversal of the incantations used to chain it. They will not undo the binds, but they will allow you to summon it. You will also need at least a few casters among you, minimum of 3, though I believe up to 5 or 6 would be able to participate. You will also need a decent amount of the individual in question's blood. I believe 3 pints would work. And
God.
lastly, the name of the creature. Pelagaros. Although I suppose
Can you spell
naming a
that?
creature like this is sort of a misnomer.
can you spell that?
Yes. Pelagaros. Pelagaros.
My god. I cannot write any of these names properly.
Yeah.
I thought I heard a B instead of a P.
Yeah.
And, when you do it, I will most likely be one of the individuals helping you, because I would like to siphon off some of its power and knowledge as well. Because I wasn't going to give you this for free, you understand?
Of course not.
Sweet.
You were far too prepared to be giving us any freebies.
Oh god,
not
do
a
I
way.
owe you my liver for the tea?
No.
Thank god.
Yeah,
There's
he
this
probably
funny-
does need a new liver though. His isn't worth much.
My liver's fine. You shut up.
Yeah, if you did owe him your liver, you probably would have to, add a little something extra on top of that, because that thing's not worth very much.
Used and put away wet.
Oh no.
Reading hard and put away wet is the phrase. I know dwarves don't
So you're
exactly
familiar.
favor horses, but hey.
I don't appreciate people talking about riding my liver hard and then leaving it wet. This is making me very uncomfortable.
You're not no liver play?
Then it's strange that you brought it up.
Yes.
Yes. I suppose I dug myself into that hole.
Technically on you.
God,
It's-
I need some rum.
It's not nearly as much fun to be off-putting with the wizards when the rest of you were doing so much work on that for me.
It was a long walk.
It was. Really should do something about that.
No. So,
Have you seen those lift masters? It's like an escalator for normal stairs.
This is why the temples are always full up.
indeed.
Let's add some water stands along the path at some point.
I can look into it.
Some misters.
A little bit of air conditioning apparently isn't enough. We'll have to have a few rest stations here and there.
A latrine would have been nice. I've been holding it. Unless you can, like, whisk it away.
You can find a water closet down the escalator. You'll find that it now moves for you, for your convenience, O Royal Dwarf.
Wait, no, I actually need to know if this is true. Can you whisk away piss and shit?
He just kind of looks at you and says, though very few ever have the ability to enter into my presence and ask questions, and these are the things that you ask.
What's funny
I
is that's exactly how
apologize.
it works in Harry Potter.
If I'm being honest with you, I'm fucking with you. I don't actually give a shit.
Yes. You already answered the main question for why we were even here. Which is the main reason why I despise all this pomp and circumstance to begin with. It's been such a long time when you could have just mailed us a damn letter. You're so good with your scrying capabilities.
It's the fun
Doesn't-
thing about
Just-
predicting the future, they're not always exactly accurate.
Wizard, I do have a legitimate question for you. Is the dragon's tooth, is it still real?
What? I'm not entirely certain you would like the answer, because it's not so simple.
Hmm. I've got time if you wish to explain, but keep your secrets if you may.
Time I have much of, willingness to share, well, I think you know the answer to that question.
What'll it take?
He just like sits back on his desk and kind of gives you a look like a fuck off. Like, come on now.
I was wondering one thing, possibly. I know it's a little outside of the box for where we've been leaning, but would a limited wish perhaps be capable of either severing the connection or, I don't know, maybe turning the protein into a butterfly for a few hundred years?
Quite possibly, but then I wouldn't have the knowledge that it has.
True. Well, If it's a more amicable solution, I'm certainly not opposed to it. Would there be a particular way you'd prefer for contact?
Sorry, say the last bit per contact?
Yes.
I'm not entirely certain what you mean.
Once we have our main group ready.
Oh. Well, I do have a sending stone. You can always send a message that way. It's usually the easiest way.
We do have one of those. Still getting used to that.
You know, this is completely off topic, and I apologize for completely taking things off the rails. Giving a group of adventurers the direct phone line to a powerful wizard is something that I did in one of my games, and they were constantly calling him
The
over
fun thing
every
is,
single
I don't
issue.
have to respond.
Yeah, you don't have to,
Yeah.
but he didn't have to respond every time either, and he didn't. But they called him like 4 times a day. I think also one of them was like his cousin or something.
Oh, well, at least there's like a family connection.
Yeah, but they were literally just like calling him, screaming into the phone, and then just hanging up.
Wait.
Mr. Wizard, pick up. Mr. Wizard, pick up.
And
Yep.
you played with some dicks.
Yeah,
Damn it,
that's
Shepard!
word for it.
You better not hang up on us again.
No, it wasn't like words specifically. I think there was one character who would just basically scream his name into the phone.
Fucking
Just-
okay.
Just
It's
be
his
done with
own
the
name or the
conversation.
wizard's name?
Wizard's name. That was his cousin. It was Birdie and Dorji.
Mm.
Anyway,
Wow.
I don't know why I didn't take that away from them. They never used it right.
Doesn't sound like it.
So, any risks associated with that protean siphoning that you're going to be doing?
Well, perhaps it could always try to take something in return, but, well, I haven't gotten where I am because of luck alone. And I'm not entirely certain that the outcome for you would be completely to your liking either. There are always complications, and the outcome can perhaps be in flux. That is another side effect when it comes to foretelling the future. The closer you get to it, the more accurate it usually becomes, but that's not entirely certain.
Mhm. Of course. I understand. It's not as though I'd be trying for a bargain myself. I've already come to the conclusion that it's not precisely what I'd be looking for.
Most likely not. Especially because it would then know your name and your face.
Well, if I was planning on trapping its soul, I think, I might not be ready to drop that kind of gold on something like this yet. At least not without good reason.
Certainly. So,
I think primal beings of chaos get particularly pissed off at being bound, considering it's not really a thing that they like.
oh no, and that's why this one has grown rather angry over the years.
Oh, okay.
When you're stuck
Well,
in a
then no.
hole for hundreds of years. Oh yes.
I will pass on binding that one.
Quite a tiff, yes. So,
Yeah.
So, as far as this ritual goes, did you have anyone in mind specifically as far as the magical participants?
whoever they are, they must have iron wills. As that is what it will take in order to compel the creature to make its appearance against its own will.
Is it a
Mhm.
magical ability that you're looking for, or simply those who have the ability to channel magic and are willing
Sasha?
to perform the ritual?
Sasha has Iron Will.
The ability to channel magic is a requirement, yes.
But is there a specific level of which, like,
No.
we need?
As long as you have some understanding of magic, whether that would be arcane magic like I do, divine magic like you and your friend do, or nature magic as ostensibly your other friend has.
What, Mr. McCarter, what role could I play if I'm completely non-magical?
You'd be able to stand there and make sure that if anything really goes wrong, that perhaps we get a few swings in before things go really bad.
Well, with this group, I know I'll just be there to look pretty, because we're pretty competent.
Sometimes.
Certainly, sure.
How fresh does the blood need to be?
Not fresh, but I would say less than a few weeks old.
Right. Will probably be best to not take a full several liters out of him in one go.
Only 3 pints are necessary.
Well, still.
Only.
That's a lot.
It's 3 donations, yeah.
I'll make sure that you don't pass out or anything.
Get him some cheese crackers.
Give you a
Juice
sucker on the way
box.
out.
Yeah. A little apple juice box and some peanut butter crackers. And then you go out drinking.
Hell yeah.
Well, most of us here should be good as far as spellcasting goes. Perhaps Melia would care to assist?
I could certainly ask. I don't think she'd be against it.
Do you think I could get enough training in time to be of assistance?
No, but the thought is nice.
And, to be perfectly honest, Gilgamesh, I hate to point this out, but your, willpower is shown to be somewhat lacking in some cases.
Is that the stat that wizards use?
Specifically, I was talking about your will saves, which are very bad.
I've got a +5.
I just like the idea of is that the stat that wizards use being in game, and then just like
Oh,
trying to comprehend what he even means, like their heart rate.
Gilgamesh has broken the fourth wall a number of times now. At this point, it's a part of his character.
That's honestly valid and true.
well, when you're ready, simply send me a message and we'll get this underway. And, oh yes, tell Master Timak that I will see to his leech problem shortly.
Very good.
I know he
I
had
was-
sent one of his friends over to ask questions, but I was unfortunately indisposed at the time.
Right.
Oh, no.
I was hoping to monitor that situation a bit more closely, but I was more concerned with the person I pulled it out of.
Yes,
So-
pilot. Very interesting that.
Oh,
Right.
I do have something of interest.
You're
I
familiar.
pull out the Mills bomb and I show it to him. What do you make of this?
Something tells me
Okay.
it's, you pull the pin and it blows up.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's not demonstrate. I'd
I
really
haven't.
rather not.
I haven't so far. I wasn't planning on doing it now.
Honestly,
Yes.
if Gilgamesh has held on to it this long and not pulled the pin, I think we're fine.
I'd rather not see which orifice he decides to teleport it into if you do decide to pull it.
Well, that would go way too quickly.
Oh no.
He just
Oh.
like waits to see if you're thoroughly freaked out and just. Oh, they're
Gilgamesh
always,
thinks the wizard guy is pretty cool, but
they're always
he
tough
is
until
scared.
I realize that I can trap them in an infinite loop.
Suppose you gotta get your kicks somehow.
Oh, I only do that to those who really cause problems.
McCarter, how old are you?
Well, what's the phrase? Not entirely certain, but generally speaking, you don't ask a woman her age. Mm.
Well, I figure a man of your provenance, I could look up in the history books.
I'm sure you could. Don't believe
Would you-
everything you've read.
Give me a shortcut and tell me what's the oldest book I could find you in.
Not entirely certain.
You don't
Yes.
remember your first.
History on Mariana would most likely be the one to record. They generally go through all of her apprentices and their apprentices over the last few hundred years.
I might give it a read. Is it in common or some sort of arcane language like Draconic?
If it's a history, it's most likely in common. And I'm sure they don't use too many large words. One would hope.
I'm still practicing reading and writing on common. I actually recently had something published.
I know. Rather amusing.
Why?
There's a
Why are
certain
you
level of
telling me
chaos
about
that I do enjoy seeing in the world.
Something of a writer myself.
So yes, I'd say my common
Weird.
is coming along quite well.
It's a book. Its title means My Struggle in Dwarven.
No, we don't need to make that joke.
But yes,
God.
I am a planeswalker myself, one of only two in the city. I know a little here or there about some strange things that happen going on inside this city and well beyond. So, unless there's anything further that you need,
Axius thinks about not saying something for a moment, but eventually pipes up. Actually, I can't believe I'm doing this. Look, I'm sure you know well as I do that I don't like wizards, but you're in a big fucking castle in a keep that changes size, so you probably know more than most. I fucking hate asking about this. I have this thing that follows me, and I gesture to my shadow on the ground, which is like... It changes shape occasionally, and I've had it since I was young, and I genuinely have no idea where it came from. But you might have an insight.
it's old magic, I can tell you that. Magic that isn't exactly practiced much anymore. I believe in the city there's only one who has any real insight on it.
And that would be...
You've already spoken with him.
Oh, I fucking hate cryptic oh, yeah. Okay. I still fucking hate your cryptic shit. All of you
Cyrus?
fucking wizards do the same shit. I think he means Cyrus, yeah.
I
But-
think you're cool.
Is it
Spend
really cryptic if you get it in like 3 seconds?
Yeah, but... Wait, how did you get it, Gilgamesh? I thought I was the only... You've only...
Yeah, he's technically the only one that's supposed to know. Like, out of character, I'm sure everybody here does, but...
Yeah.
Oh, that was a complete shot in the dark just based on
Oh, fair enough.
Cyrus.
Yeah, I had that realization of, yeah, you mean Cyrus. But how do you... What?
I just figured Cyrus would know because he's our mentor, and you know he's like the adult. He knows everything.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think Cyrus is a good place to start. Thank you.
Can you help me with my math homework?
I find that we often walk by the answers that we seek the most without ever really recognizing what they are. We often expect very esoteric answers when sometimes simple answers are accurate. Don't
Is that what
overthink
you-
things.
Regarding the simple answer for the dragon tooth is that it was broken up and just lost over time. Is that your assessment?
That is a reasonable assessment of the situation. The truth is that no one is 100% certain. It is the belief that I hold, however.
Mm.
Sometimes I feel like there's a piece of it nearby, but... Well, I've been around for a while, and sometimes your senses aren't exactly as accurate as you'd like them to be.
Thank you.
So,
Well, I think we're done with questions for now.
I hope it's been a pleasant enough conversation.
it's interesting, always.
So then,
Then I will look forward to your message.
Is wizard chess a real thing?
Wizard chess.
Chess,
Elaborate?
For wizards. Just a schoolyard rumor.
I'm
Magical
sure
chess.
Many people play chess, not just wizards.
No. It's like magic chess.
I mean, you use the right magic and you can make anything into any kind of magical game.
Because you're not familiar.
Not as knowledgeable as I thought.
Have you ever considered doing the gauntlets?
I'm sorry, you mean the trial of the Citadel?
Yes.
Personally, sometimes. But I find that my knowledge and skills are better used teaching others and passing it on to the next generation of people who might make a difference in the world.
But reasonably speaking, as someone who's not knowledgeable, how much of your time would that take up to run the trial?
Considering that the time spent in the Citadel is not linear, I believe most people only spend in our actual time a few days. The amount of time spent within for those who succeed is not entirely known, as most of them end up taking up a role as an actual god. And gods,
Or die.
as a rule, aren't very forthcoming with information. As frustrating as you think I can be with knowledge, gods are 1,000 times worse.
And trust me, I have my problems with gods as well.
Oh yes,
no.
they die.
Actually, how many people are there out there that you don't have a problem with?
4 right in front of them.
Aw.
You don't have to answer that if you don't want to, but
I don't think many, but a
Very
few of them
sweet.
are here.
Well, I thank you all for your visit, and I look forward to a brief but hopefully profitable partnership.
so I'll keep good hold of the sending stone. Let you know when things are in place.
Very good. He then turns, assuming that you'll be able to make your own way out.
Oh god, we can
Now
leave.
we attack.
I leave as soon as I can.
Rugumesh does stop to use the water closet, finally settling the debate of who will be the first to use the bathroom on stream.
Yeah. Finally, someone shit.
I'm gonna roll a d20 to see how much I blow it up.
Jesus
Wouldn't that be a con save or a con check? Sorry.
Do you want a con check?
That's fortitude.
A 4?
Oh, yes.
What do you want, Gray?
Sure, give a
It's not
4.
anything.
Fucking weirdo. Gets to enjoy a bit of indoor plumbing, something I don't think most of you have ever seen or even had the concept of.
Before I roll, are we saying high is good, low is bad, or
Yeah.
like
I
what?
feel like high gives you more control.
You don't make a total ass of yourself.
I was gonna say now the toilet bowl has to roll a fort save to see if it shatters.
Yeah, because we all know dwarves shit literal stone.
Well, y'all see Garugamesh every day just eating rocks.
Yeah.
With that,
Yeah, dwarves don't normally. eat
I don't
rocks,
like those
Gilgamesh
implications.
does.
you're able to ride the now moving floor down to the elevator. and enter in. The doors close, they open again, and you are returned to the first floor. And as you guys make your way out, you're able to leave back to the winding trail that leads back down to the entryway. And I think this is where we'll be ending for this session.
No,
So-
I want to play more.
All right.
Fuck this
I-
guy in his stupid sidewalk.
Oh,
Yeah.
we are playing not. We're
Not
playing
Wednesday.
next Friday.
But Friday.
Freddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Next.
Wednesday we will not be playing. It would instead be on Friday. And hopefully we won't have to be moving around sessions after that. But hey, in D&D, scheduling sessions is a suggestion rather than a rule.
Pretty much.
It's the
So,
only fight you can ever win.
Stay to see.
pretty much, yeah. So, until then, thanks everybody for watching. Comment, like, subscribe, and we'll see you all next time.
Thank you.
Good night.
See you later.
Go on.